Following minutes, the regular council minutes of February 3rd, 2020, the special council minutes of February 18th, 2020, special council minutes of February 24th, 2020, and the special council minutes of March 2nd, 2020.
Seconded by Councillor Newman. Any polls or discussion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Presentations, Mr. Clerk.
Your Worship, Council will now recognize the Whitby Chiefs 15U Bantam AAA baseball team for their accomplishment in winning the Triple Crown. If I could have Jerry Prendergast, head coach, and Councillor Newman join Mayor Mitchell on the dais at this time.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Well, thank you. You've had quite a season.
I'll say.
Tell us about your season.
Oh, God. Well,
No, just about winning all the games.
how long we got?
We got all night.
I'll tell you, it was a roller coaster. This group of kids we got.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yeah, I get
This group of kids.
Special
we got.
group.
No, they are special. They're so talented. But, more than that, they were respectful and courteous. And you know what? They came a long ways and learned to play the game the right way. And the parents, I know, are very proud of them.
Should be.
And the coaches as well. And I'm nervous.
That's fine. Well, why don't we call up these kids one at a time, give them one of our recognitions, and then you can call up your coaching staff and,
All right.
yeah.
Okay, so start with Zach Sabo. Big Z, we call him. Some of them got nicknames,
Yeah.
not them all.
Congratulations.
Zach's pitcher, third baseman.
Yeah, just
Greg LaChance, Chancey, we call him. Second baseman, catcher. Congratulations, Greg. Griffin Cato, pitcher, right fielder. Team comedian.
team comedian. Well, that's good. That's good. Thank you. Nice shirt.
Noah Avis, center fielder.
Oh, that means you're fast, right? Gotta be fast.
Fantastic.
Caden Chung, outfielder, second baseman.
Congratulations, Katie.
Congratulations. Well done. Jackson Hutchison, catcher, pitcher.
Congratulations.
This is our team rapper. He
Oh, yeah. All right. Well,
can't perform tonight, though. Got Liam Conway, first baseman, pitcher. Another comedian like his dad.
yeah. You're a big boy. You got that first baseman stretch there.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nick King, pitcher, third baseman. Runner-up to the Clang Award.
Congratulations.
The what? The what?
Oh, I'll tell you about that in a second.
Congrats.
Cody Hagerman. I didn't recognize him when I walked in today. He dyed his hair, from hockey, I think. Cody, congrats.
Congratulations, Cody.
Coach Jake Ross. Youngest Bantam rep coach in Canada.
Wow.
First year of
Stuff.
coaching, national
Congratulations.
championship.
Not bad. Not bad.
Coach Claire Osborne, the legend.
Oh, yeah, the legend.
He's in more sports hall of fames than you can shake a stick.
Oh,
Congratulations.
we were saying out there, I coached both Claire's son and his daughter.
Yeah, he was
in,
telling us about that.
sports way back then, and we're both really young, so that's odd, right?
Yeah, just a couple years ago.
And our team manager kept everything together, kept the parents in line.
Head coach.
John Cato.
Thank you.
Great, John. Get that turned around.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
So briefly, if I may,
Yeah.
explain this Clang Award, which
Okay.
Claire came up from with his team from before. So it's this big, heavy trophy in the shape of a baseball. And after each game, we would, in our post-game huddle, we would vote, all the players would vote on who did the dumbest thing that day. Pretty much that's it, right?
Yeah.
Had nothing to do with physical errors or anything
No.
like that. You just say something stupid and you got it. And these kids ate that stuff up, and it was a real bonding thing. It was a great idea on Claire's part. And the parents, they'd be waiting on the sidelines after the game. Our post-game huddles sometimes took 15 minutes, right? While we're fighting over who's gonna win the award, right? And then if you win it, that game, then you get your name on the trophy.
So without singling anybody out, was there one highlight Clang?
Claire?
Big Z.
Well, he won it. Big Z won the most.
But Jerry was right in there.
Oh, yeah.
But, I don't know, there's too many of the funny stories.
It was a lot of fun.
That, you know what, it really bonded the team together, and win or lose, and we didn't lose
And
many.
you won.
Yeah.
That's just great. Councillor Newman.
One of my first summer jobs was to serve as an usher at the Blue Jay games when the team played at the CNE. And I was mesmerized by baseball. Every once in a while, it seems that the stars align after a lot of hard work and dreams are created. And congratulations to the Whitby Chief 15 and under Bantam AAA for making Whitby baseball history. You are the first team from Whitby to win a national championship in the association's 50 years of history. You achieved Triple Crown success, 2019 Ontario Eliminations Champions, 2019 OBA Champions, and the 2019 Ray Carter Cup 15 and under National Champions. You won national gold for your come-from-behind victory over Team British Columbia in the final game. The players were awesome, and to Matt Isaacson, who won Player of the Game, and Greg Lachance, Defensive Player of the Tournament, congratulations. Thank you to the coaches, Jerry, Claire, Ryan, Jake, and trainer Jeff, the devoted parents, and Whitby Minor Baseball for your historic success. Once a chief, always a chief. Congratulations.
Can I just add one thing? I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that our past president, Dina Masali, and our current president of Whitby Minor Baseball, these people are why we're here. Could they just stand up? Can you two just stand up? Stand up.
Is that Deborah there? Do I see Deborah
That's
there?
Deborah, yeah?
Long time no see. So let's organize ourselves for a nice picture here so everybody can get up, and let's get the rest of the members of council up, and we'll... Okay, you guys all stand in front and then nobody will see us.
Little guys down in front, take a knee, right? Little guys take a knee.
Parents can come up now if you want and take pictures.
Coming in. Sorry. Coming in.
Ah, good idea.
Hi, guys. Can I sit?
I'll need a front row of guys on knees here.
I don't want to go. No, you're down in the front.
Take a knee, just like sneak in half shoulder.
This is horrible.
Take him out for Paul. Nick, bend over a little bit. There we go.
Baseball.
Baseball.
I wish you could take a picture from this angle.
Is that a Polaroid there, Russ?
Right?
Russ, is that a Polaroid?
Dina, get a picture of the paparazzi. Yeah, right? Okay.
Great, thank you. Great.
Congratulations. See you next year. Yeah, that was great. Yeah. It's a real accomplishment. Well done. Thank you. It's really accomplishment. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Nice work. Was there anybody who wasn't here? Was the full team here?
Yes, one.
Okay. We'll give you one.
One for the road.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Mr. Clerk.
Your Worship, Council will now recognize the Whitby Public Library for its accomplishment in receiving the Angus Mowat Award of Excellence from the Ontario Library Association for the Bike Month Partnership Project. If I could have Rhonda Jessup, Mallory Dawson, Donna Bolton-Steele, and John Stafford representing the Whitby Public Library, and Chris Botben, Supervisor of Active Transportation Services, join Councillor Roy and Mayor Mitchell on the dais at this time.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. John? Chris? Thank you. All right, Councillor Roy is our designated to the library. Do you want to tell us about this accomplishment?
So just to give highlight, one of the aspects with the board, and John being representative from the library board, over the years has met with council members to talk about the aspect and how the library can be a partner within the community. And during Bike Month, there was the ability for the library to be a partner with Chris, and Chris was very excited about this through this partnership. And with the award that they received, it is one that is recognized for their contribution of recognizing the goals of council and recognizing the contribution of how the library can fulfill, just not being about books and all that. It's about expanding out their partnerships into many other areas. And this accomplishment isn't just one for a larger library, but as it was highlighted, that even any size library could do the same type of participation. And the leadership of the board and also with the staff, this is one that has been brought together, and it's a good job. Very good job. Thank you.
Rhonda, Chris, so how did it work specifically?
Well, it was an exciting thing when Mallory was able to work with me. She came to me with some ideas. I came to her with some ideas. I don't even remember whose idea it was first for the two departments to work together through Bike Month and to build this program that saw, you know, as many as 30 or 40 people come out to ride a bike to a park and play with the librarian. But it's really simple.
We're a fun group.
Our library does so much in so many ways to connect our community and engage our residents, and so we would
Supposed to
like
have
to
my
recognize
glasses.
the special, oh, sorry.
On behalf of the members of council and the residents of the town of Whitby, it is our pleasure to congratulate the Whitby Public Library in recognition of the distinction of receiving an Angus Mowat Award of Excellence from the Ontario Library Association for your Bike Month Participation Partnership Project. Thank you for your innovative commitment to building strong neighborhoods with safe streets and healthy transportation choices in Whitby. Our best wishes for continued success.
Well done.
Yeah.
Now if we can get a picture.
So if we can just let you know, Mayor Mitchell, we'll be doing 3 more library rides this summer.
Okay,
So are you and the grandkids available, or?
absolutely, absolutely. Rhonda, did you have any further comments?
I just wanted to thank council for all of their support over the years. We're an engaged council, we have an engaged community, and the participation in Bike Month was really wonderful to highlight not only active transportation, but library resources, including the new toolkit in Celebration Square where people can repair their bikes as well. So I expect we'll have even more participation this year.
Wonderful. Well done. Mr. Clerk.
Your Worship, Council will now recognize Morgan Dobson, who is the recently retired DRPS Neighborhood Watch Coordinator and Kids Safety Village Administrator, for her significant contribution to the community. If I could have Morgan Dobson and Inspector Ma join Councillor Drum and Mayor Mitchell on the dais at this time.
And our superintendent's coming up as well. So, packing it in after 31 years, just like that. So Morgan has done so much for so long, right across the region, and certainly in Whitby, to make our neighborhoods safer, to connect people up through Neighborhood Watch, so that you truly are neighbors and you're truly watching out for each other. And we know it takes a lot of time and a lot of work to get a Neighborhood Watch program in place and to keep it moving. And we really can't thank you enough for all you've done for so many years. You're at every event promoting community safety, road safety, and it's just great. And I know I was down at the Nice Bistro for that lovely reception.
Thank you for coming.
They had for you, and you're quite the traveler, and you're apparently not really settling down particularly. You're heading to Portugal and then Sri Lanka.
Quebec.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Don't worry about us, we'll be fine. here.
Okay.
Can you share
Well, you pretty
Morgan's
much took the
value,
words right
yeah.
out of my mouth. You pretty much summed it up. Morgan just retired in January after a 31.5-year career with Durham Regional Police. Last 16 years, she found her niche as the Neighborhood Watch Coordinator and done an amazing job building those relationships that you already spoke to. And even though she's retired, she's still coming in and helping our new Neighborhood Watch Coordinator adjust to the new role. So I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Council for recognizing Morgan. It's certainly a well-deserved recognition and award, and we're going to miss her, and the new coordinator has very big shoes to fill.
Yes,
so thanks
indeed.
for having us.
Thank you. Councilor Drum?
Thank you, Morgan. You know I'm going to hug you.
Yeah, I know. It's all good.
Oh, honestly, you have to be a juggler extraordinaire. You tutor French. There's so many other things that you do that fill your hours. I don't know how you sleep. I mean, you have made your mark. And if anything, any of us here, that's something to aspire to leave the world a better place. And you have done so. And you have been just incredible in supporting the Road Watch program, coming out to the events, partnering with the Road Watch people. Also, just the experience alone that you offer us, all of us on the committee, is invaluable. And we will miss you on our committee. I mean, you've come out to the schools and you've just stood out there in all the wind and chilly weather, and you've been amazing, absolutely amazing. I can't thank you enough.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. It's getting hard, eh?
I really have found it to be a great privilege to work with all the partners in the community as they're building their watches, partners in the councils, the school boards, the churches, the businesses, everywhere. It's just like concentric circles, and seeing them all work together towards a safer community, it's just been very rewarding. And I think I'm so proud of them. They're like my babies. And I just want to encourage all of the watches and encourage all of the community members to keep doing what they're doing, which is looking out for their neighbors and making a safer community. So thank you for the recognition.
Well, you're more than welcome, and I have a certificate that...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, Corporation of the Town of Whitby in the Regional Municipality of Durham, congratulations. This certificate is passed to you, Morgan Dobson, to mark the occasion of your retirement. On behalf of the members of council and the residents of the town of Whitby,
It is my pleasure to extend congratulations to Morgan Dobson on the occasion of your retirement. I want to sincerely thank you for many years of leadership, dedicated service, and commitment to building stronger and safer neighborhoods through your work as the DRPS Regional Neighborhood Watch Coordinator. Through your efforts, Morgan, you have positively contributed to the betterment of our community as a whole. Dated this 9th day of March 2020, Dawn Mitchell, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
And it would be just so strange to not have you at the events, tent, sharing information.
Well, maybe Sarah will step up and
Yeah.
she'll be doing that soon. So.
Well, thank you so, so much. Have
Thank you.
a wonderful retirement, and don't be a stranger.
Thank you so much. God bless you guys.
Your Worship, Council will now receive a presentation from Natalie Pacheco, CEO of the Whitby Chamber of Commerce, providing a general update on behalf of the Chamber. Ms. Pacheco, you may approach the delegation table at this time. You have 10 minutes to present to Council.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present again to you this year. I will try to keep it under 10 minutes if possible. With over 700 members now, we hit that mark at the end of the year. We're quite proud. We became reaccredited in November, which is also a fabulous thing. The Whitby Chamber of Commerce continues to spread its wings. Just as a reminder, it is a not-for-profit and it is funded solely by our business membership and sponsors like yourselves. We have 6 free events per month, and one of them is especially dear to my heart. It is Networking, which we do now in partnership with the town of Whitby. It is a monthly event where different town staff come and present, and I think it's made a significant difference to educating our business community. Our values are what make us important, and I think our vision with the fact that we want to be the chamber of choice is definitely coming true. We are very, very innovative, which I'll cover off, but the first and most exciting innovation is the fact that the BIA offices also reside within the chamber, which makes it a very unique opportunity, both from working together as well as chambers and BIAs don't often get along as well. So I think the town of Whitby should be very proud that 2 opportunities in terms of coming together for the benefit of the businesses continues to take place. So that's our board. I do invite you to join us on March 24th for our AGM, where the new board will be announced. And I do thank Whitby Economic Development because they will be there to present at the AGM as they do every year. For the last few years, it's always a treat for the business community to hear from the Whitby Economic Development Department, as well as thank you to our Mayor Mitchell for swearing in our new board. That is an important part of our AGM. With 4 signature events, the first one being Connect Women, we had our largest numbers yet with 280 attendees. We'll be celebrating our 10th anniversary next year for Connect Women, so look for very exciting things to come. We have changed up our golf tournament after decades and decades. It is now called Fairway Fridays, will take place on a Friday, and we've got a brand new attitude. So after three plus decades of managing this golf tournament, you're going to see a lot of interesting things. Of course, Peter Perry and the Business Achievement Awards wouldn't happen without partnership with the town of Whitby as well as with our business community. It's our largest event with over 380 participants. And the Business Summit is coming. This year's theme is Be Customer Obsessed. Last year it was Decoding Disruption, and we are very excited that this event continues to grow. So as I mentioned, we have a partnership with the town of Whitby. This is what the program is all about. It's called Networking. I basically spend a half an hour with the business community talking about networking and running a workshop, and then I hand it over to the town of Whitby to present. We have a monthly event called Member Mornings. We feel it's important for the business community to get accustomed to presenting to one another and teaching, so we've given them that opportunity through an event that we hold monthly. And of course, 4 times a week, or four times a month, I should say, in the town of Whitby, twice in Brooklyn, twice in downtown. We host Java Jolts. They are now busting at the seams as well. So 2 weeks ago, our Java Jolt in downtown Whitby had 33 people. So it's a very lovely problem to have so many business people coming out to our events. And speaking of, every 2 months we run something called Chamber on Tap. Our March Chamber on Tap, which takes place this week, was sold out almost 4 weeks ago, which is another great thing. We're doing a lot of amazing advocacy. This is our advocacy committee. They're extremely active. I'll be bringing to the mayor and to the CAO when I meet with them regularly the results from our survey, which ends at the end of March. The team is very active also in the town of Whitby. You can see the activity listed there in terms of the kinds of things that I do to ensure I'm ingrained in the activities of the town to understand our strategies and objectives long term. And I'm very excited to be contributing to the Economic Development Steering Committee, which I was invited to be part of a couple of weeks ago. So I wanted to thank you. There's a significant amount of work that we put into maintaining a relationship with the town of Whitby, and I really enjoy the fact that the town of Whitby in return is active at our events, but also maintains a level of sponsorship. As an example, the TD Economic Breakfast is something we look forward to. So with all of our activity, we also love to be in the community. So from supporting hometown hockey and walking around with Hank in the downtown business with our ED from the BIA, you'll see us at Rib Fest, you'll see us at Food Truck Frenzy, McDonald's Happy Days, Tim Hortons Smile Cookie Days. It's important for the business community to know that we're out there representing their interests. We'll even be giving out ice cream treats this Friday night at Geek Speak. It's something that we've done year over year, not for the accolades, but to kind of re-energize and get those people who are living and eating and breathing a hackathon a little bit of energy. And our focus has been for the last few years on our young people. We believe wholeheartedly that 90 plus years of the Chamber being in existence, we won't be in existence if we don't actually energize our younger community. So we created Connect Gen. That's our next generation of events for younger people. It is for a networking opportunity for those that are under 30. They do not have to be Chamber members. That's not what it's about. It's about getting under 30s to come out and actively participate in networking and building their network so they can live and work and play here. We do sell out of our Young Entrepreneurs events. This is an example of beach volleyball, which we will be holding again. Those events are sponsored by Meridian. Connect Gen is sponsored by RBC Future Launch. You can see that the business community is also supporting our events because they see great value in the fact that we can bring them a large group of people that's very targeted. In addition to having the BIA move in and lots of other innovation that we built into our programming, last year in the fall we launched something called Fan Saves. I do hope all of you have downloaded this free app because it gives businesses an opportunity to give offers to consumers. Those offers are available to any consumers that download the app, but it's only Whitby Chamber of Commerce membership that can actually make an offer. So they can offer discounts to consumers, or conversely, they can offer member-to-member discounts. We're the first chamber in North America to have an app like this. It is no longer that we list member-to-member discounts on a website. Other chambers are starting to come on board with supporting something like this. It would be wonderful that you follow not just the Whitby Chamber of Commerce as your team on Fan Saves, but also the BIA, so you can shop local. Rather than saying it, we're actually giving you an app and an opportunity with innovation to do so. Obviously, you can stay in the loop, so we send lots of great things weekly, monthly, or quarterly to people so that they know what's going on. And lastly, I always like for people to know who's providing us with some significant sponsorship dollars. You'll see that these are our corporate sponsors this year. We created a new sponsorship category called Enthusiasts, of which you are one. Thank you very much for your support. It allows a lot of our business community to come in at a reasonable sponsorship level and also be associated with a growing chamber. We're the largest in the region at this point in time. And lastly, our educators. So we have a very close connection with the universities as well as the college in the Durham region. We think it ties in beautifully with Connect Gen and our Young Entrepreneurs and Professionals event. So thank you again. I've got 2 minutes on the clock for any questions.
Questions? Councillor Newman?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Pacheco, for your tremendous work on behalf of the business community and the town of Whitby. My question is, to what extent does the Whitby Chamber communicate with other chambers in Durham Region and within Ontario?
Oh, thank you for the question. I always mix this up through you, Deputy Mayor Yamato, through the Mayor,
Or just answer.
Okay. I'm not very good with pomp and circumstance.
Yes.
We actually get together on a quarterly basis, the joint chambers. So we communicate quite regularly, and I should have actually put in my presentation that for the first time, the three chambers, Oshawa, Ajax, Pickering Board of Trade, and the Whitby Chamber of Commerce hosted the regional chair luncheon. And there were 350 attendees. We are going to actually make it bigger and better next year. So there are times that we actually work together, both in advocacy as well as event management. It's important for the business community to realize that we're working together in the best interests of them. So thank you for that question.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, it's a pleasure to be on the board there, and your leadership has been fantastic. So I guess my question, two quick things. Again, so when we hit the 700-member number at the end of the year, so that when is that when we put us over to be the largest one, larger than the Oshawa Chamber or the Ajax Pickering Board of Trade?
That is what I'm told. So if you were to ask the CEOs of the other chambers, they generally say around 650. So I'm proud to be able to say I'm over 700.
Yeah, which is, it's fabulous.
It's a great thing. You just don't market it to be polite.
Of course, we don't brag about it, but tonight's a great night to brag because it's an update of what's great on the report. And then the second thing is, I think it's also great to say that most members of council have seen the finances over the years. Like since we moved to the new location, there was a little bit of a struggle on the finances, and that year after year we were a little bit behind. But thankfully, this is the first year that we finally do have a completely balanced budget. There is no more fears of the financial challenges, correct, as we updated at the last board meeting, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much for highlighting that. It is nice to be able to report at the AGM that we're in the black for the first time in a very long time.
Yes, so it's a great tribute to your leadership, the board, and all the volunteers, and the commitment from the town in supporting the chamber. So thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you. Councillor Shahid.
Thank you, Mayor Mitchell. Through you, Natalie, so happy that you're here and given your presentation. My question is regarding the golf tournament. So I just needed clarification. It's being moved to a Friday, is that what it is, or being replaced by another event?
No, it is just being moved to a Friday. Our golf tournament tends to be a lot of fun with lots of unique things to do, and we wanted to further differentiate ourselves. We find that our events are quite often leveraged by others. So we like to kind of continue to be innovative and think out of the box. So we decided to try to do it, host it on a Friday. We even have special packages and activities that day. So
9 or 12 hole. 9, please. I'm looking forward to it. But thank you so much for coming out today. I love the Connect Women. It was fantastic. Thank you
very much. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Yamato.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for coming out today. You do great work in helping support our businesses, and I think that's really important, especially being centered right in our downtown. Again, the great things you do. Where do you see the next evolutionary step within the chamber? You know, here we are. Where do we go next?
Thank you very much for the question. I was talking to our board about this not long ago. We had an executive committee meeting and they asked me the same question. So I would say we don't want to, a couple of years from now, say we run the best events ever. It should be we run the best events ever. I think what we need to do is do more in terms of communication and all of the advocacy efforts that we do and the types of training opportunities that we have. We are very well-rounded. We just don't do a very good job of telling the community about how we're advocating on their behalf, municipally, provincially, and federally. So where we take the chamber from now is to remind businesses that they own the outcome. The chamber does not belong to me or to anybody who sits in the staff. The chamber belongs to the membership. That's why it's existed for so long. So those are basically my two priorities, is to communicate all of the advocacy efforts that we're doing and all the training opportunities available at the chamber. And I'm hoping young people continue to see its value and our connection with all of our schools. So keep it chugging along.
That's terrific. And
Yeah.
my second question is, working with the businesses in our community and having those discussions, what do you feel that, and from the perspective of your membership, what can we do better as a municipality to help support businesses here in Whitby?
I think you have started in terms of some of the council's goals from a red tape, or I would say customer service perspective. So I think you've recognized the fact that you need to assess what makes it challenging for businesses to do business. And you've made it clear that you're making that a priority. Absolutely, so that would be number one. Number two, I would say what I hear from the business is not only the challenges of it's tough to do business sometimes, that they love the fact that the council is making economic development a priority. Because the more people that generate economic development and interest and activity in that regard, the healthier a town that we have. So I think those two priorities, I'm very excited. We've changed the event for our mayor's luncheon. It's actually going to be a conversation. It'll be an interview actually by Doug Allingham, which I hope you'll all be in attendance. But there are a lot of really interesting perspectives that are going to be communicated at that event, because it's important to have those conversations and the things that council's doing and the goals and priorities that you have and how they relate to the business community. But I would say that those are the top two.
Thank you. And again, Natalie, thank you for everything you do.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Councillor Mulcahy.
Thank you, through your worship. Thank you for your presentation today. And I can attest to your numbers at Java Jolt, because I stopped into Copper Branch one morning and they were all there. And it was huge. The restaurant was pretty much full. So it's wonderful to see. I missed Women Connect last week. I had to work. So be it. But I hear some of the conversation was surrounded around, do what you have to do. So, you know, all the power to you. But always a great event and always very inspiring. My question is around the next gen. You're hosting these events, and I know my son has been to one at Drinks and Dragons, and really thought it was really quite good. So what are your numbers like with the next gen? Are we seeing young people interested in this? Are they stepping out and really trying to put themselves out there?
I'd like bigger numbers. We average somewhere in the neighborhood of 30.
Okay.
And you could say that that's low, like I feel like it's low. But you also have to acknowledge the target at that point in time. So thank you for asking. It's a tough group to communicate to. It's tough because the messaging is coming from a chamber. So the assumption might be that you have to be a member. So we continue to reconfirm that that's not in fact the case. And it's a tough group to create an event for that looks cool. So
no doubt.
I don't go. If I'm allowed to attend, I do registration at the door and then I promptly leave. But I think your encouragement of having your son attend, I think, is a good thing. I'm even encouraging my own son to go because he's in engineering, and I keep saying there were young people from GHD there. Why not continue to build your network? I don't think they recognize the value of that until, unfortunately, for a lot of people, and you're seeing this with businesses changing and people unfortunately losing their jobs, they haven't built a network.
That's right.
And at that point, it's a little too late. So it's trying to teach them to do that and rely on one another. And I'm hoping. I think we're doing a lot of great things with Trent University. I'm teaching at times networking with classes in Durham College. So any opportunity I have to stand in front of people and walk through why networking is a critical component of their professional life, I will take that opportunity. So hopefully people feel the same way at some point.
Great. Well, I'm thankful that you had the opportunity to talk about it here tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Roy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and hello, Natalie, and thanks for coming tonight. Recently, I've been in Health and Social Services at the region and just dialogue around education components, and I met with the Commissioner of Social Services and with Inspector Moot here as well, too. One of the conversations we had to do with human trafficking and had to do with the education out into the community, not only through victim services, but expanding through what social services over this next upcoming year wants to do with an education component. I know at the library we have a number of relationships, especially around with the needle use and also with the opioid crisis and with homelessness as well too. How does the Chamber, or how is the Chamber doing similar type of relationships and partnerships and education out to the businesses?
Specifically on that topic?
Not just specifically that topic, but any other topic that has come out of, like for instance, out of the region. Like I know you do the business side of it, but do you do the community side as well, where the businesses could potentially be a part of it?
I do actually. There was I have a very close working relationship with the region, I'm happy to say, and they reached out to me about a month ago because and I'm going to misrepresent the name of the team, but they were creating a homelessness team, subcommittee, committee, I'm not sure. But
So was that the homeless or was that the housing?
Housing.
Yeah, housing.
And they reached out to me and said, who do you know that might have, from the business community, a very close tie or relationship with that particular subject? We need people from the business community. And I tie them into people. So I do the research to make sure that that individual or those businesses are suitable to sit on a committee like that. And I made the introduction. So I love the fact that people reach out and say we need business representation. And I love being able to connect people to them. And what I'm told is the people that I've made connections with on that subject are extremely passionate and will be solid committee members.
Okay, I think we should connect you also with Stella at the region for some discussions of what their projects are, especially
Sure,
to get
to pass it along, I'd be happy.
Yep, perfect.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, Natalie. I just wanted to say that, you and Carrie and the BIA, it's great to see you working so well together. Great to see you in the same location. And of course, we're always, as a council, as an economic development staff, we're selling our town as just a great place to be, a place where a lot of things are going on, a place with a really bright future. And you are tremendous partners in that. And I'm talking to both of you now. I'm actually looking at both of you. But, the positive energy you bring to everything is a big part of your success, because people just want to be around that, and you offer a real value. So thank you so much, and we'll all keep working together, and things will just get better and better, and Whitby will be more and more the place to be for everyone. So good work.
My status tomorrow, so remember these words.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Your Worship, Council will now receive a presentation from Ken Nix, the Commissioner of Corporate Services and Treasurer, regarding item 9.1 on this evening's agenda pertaining to the investment policy statement and transition to prudent investor regime via the One Joint Investment Board. Commissioner Nix.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the prudent investor regime. Why a prudent investor approach? Well, municipalities, especially growing municipalities like Whitby, are facing financial pressures and increased taxes. There are limited revenue opportunities in order to offset some of those pressures, and we need to look at all the options possible in order to go forward. Recent legislation related to investments provides an opportunity for increased returns and decreased risks in the long term. And prudent investor approach is used by other organizations and groups that look long term, such as pension plans and trustees, who have to balance long term returns with risks. Currently, there are two ways of investing for Ontario municipalities. The legal list, which is the easiest, but there are limited options available, All your eggs are in one basket, basically driven by the Canadian economy and markets. It's conservative. There's limited risk in terms of losses, but there's limited returns also. And to this, there's a cost. There's a cost to this conservative approach, since the legal list returns are typically have not kept pace with inflation, and that represents declining purchase power for the long term. Prudent investor approach requires that a municipality would act as a prudent investor would, and that's in terms of making decisions, getting advice, taking care, due diligence, and making good judgment based on the information. But it also has access to a broad range of investment options and a broad range of markets. Professional management and oversight of investments is an opportunity under the prudent investor regime, and there's opportunities for greater returns through a diversified portfolio that manages risk. The report recommends that we proceed under the prudent investor regime, and to move forward under the prudent investor regime under the current legislation, there are really two options. You can create your own investment board, which is very expensive, or you can join an investment board with others. However, there's no investment board to join, so One Investment, which is a shared organization between AMO and municipal finance officers, has recognized the benefits and spent time and money to develop a joint investment board. The Joint Investment Board provides professional oversight and advice. The board is made up of primarily investment professionals, but with some representation from municipalities. Investments are made through professional fund managers, utilizing an investment plan that comes from the town's risk tolerances and investment policy statements. Founding members of a joint investment board of the JIB get discounts, which are approximately $80,000 per year estimated in their fees. The municipalities have lobbied for years in order for the government to convince the government for prudent investor status. And as of January 1st, 2019, municipalities are eligible for prudent investor. One Investment has laid the groundwork and absorbed much of the cost. They've also engaged professional organizations. They've engaged prominent lawyers, Weirfolds, Aon Hewitt, who does investment consulting for pensions, and a professional investment manager. They've hired fund managers through a competitive process. They've developed strategies and governance requirements for JIB, and have done this while engaging a number of interested municipalities in the process, of which Whitby is one. We and other municipalities have done our due diligence as we move forward, and we've identified in previous reports some of the steps that we were looking at, and we still believe it's the way to go to help achieve a better return over the long term to support our capital program. In order to participate as a founding member, we need to have the authorizing bylaw passed by April 1st and procedurally pass the enabling bylaw along with other municipalities in May. There are three main documents that help frame the investment approach for a municipality, and the municipal client questionnaire is one. The purpose of the questionnaire is similar to a know your client questionnaire that you may have received from your personal financial advisor. It really helps identify the municipality's risk and investment objectives. The municipality looked at reserve funds to determine the use and timing of the needed funding, and based on this, we're recommending a moderate risk tolerance related to loss of capital in order to support the capital program. By recommending such an approach, we will not get the highest gains, but we also should avoid the highest losses. We're aiming at investments that show moderate returns or losses within a plus or minus 5%. An investment policy statement is another one of the key documents. A municipality must have a council-approved investment policy. The investment policy statement defines investment objectives and parameters for investments related to short-term and long-term monies. defined as monies not required immediately for long-term and monies required immediately for short-term. In effect, this is how council directs the investments through the JIB as well as through municipal staff. And this policy is reviewed annually in order to update it and make sure it stays current. The investment plan is developed based on the information in the previous two documents, and it's developed by the Chief Investment Officer at One Investment in conjunction with expertise from Aon. Using the IPS and the municipality's risk tolerance, as well as an analysis of the type of funds and timing of need for funds in the future. This investment policy, once it's approved, must go to the JIB for further approval before acting. And where are we now? If we proceed with the prudent investor, just like any portfolio, the closer you come to needing the money, you move to a more liquid and lower risk investment. Based on our capital program, about 40% of our investments are needed in the next 5 years to pay for the projects and require liquid, stable investments. As a result, it should be noted that the current market challenges would not significantly impact the funds available and would not impact the funds available in the short term to pay for the 5-year capital requirements. Funds required in later years can be balanced slightly with slightly higher risk and increased returns. Money is not required immediately is basically defined as anything that you do not need in the next 18 months. Based on a legal opinion and based on the definitions for the City of Toronto, that is the definition that everybody feels is defensible. The money's not required immediately are about $114 million, and they must be identified and given to the JIB to be professionally managed based on council's policy and risk parameters. The investment objectives and types of investments are based on the type of funds and timing of needs. Based on this, the majority of funds considered a target date objective, that's where you need the money at a specific date and for a specific project when the time's known. About 80% of the funds identified in the MNRI are allocated based on target date investments. And again, this will be reviewed each year. Based on the investment objectives and allocated weightings, in the previous slide, Aon has prepared estimates of returns based on a conservative market and show that we can expect almost double the returns experienced over the last 5 years on longer-term money. Of course, economic factors can affect results, and actual results will differ. But based on the historical analysis, the need for high liquid funds in the first 5 years, this could bring an additional $1.5 to $3.5 million per year to help address the capital program. I've been asked if I believe this is the right approach, and I do. For years, I sat on the Investment Advisory Committee for One's legal list investments. I sat as a municipal rep and listened to investment professionals and fund managers constantly discuss how much better we could do if we had a prudent investor status and could diversify our investments in market in addition to better managing the risk. They also discussed that over the past 60 years or so, downturns are historically followed by upswings. And when you look at returns, there's not been a period of time where significant downturns have been negative for more than 5 years on a rolling basis. And in most cases, the returns are very positive when you consider more than a couple years. After seeing the due diligence done to date, the groundwork and legal guidance provided, I have not seen anything that would change my mind. And I recommend that council proceed, and I believe this is in the best interest of the municipality in the long term for the long-term programs.
Thank you. Questions? I see Councillor Leahy.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So, so this is going to be automatic. Like, we get reports once a year on the status of what's going on in these particular funds, I would assume.
That's correct. It would be, oh, I'm sorry, is this council?
Oh, you're fine.
It'd be once a year we report to council, but staff would get monthly reports.
And I remember from the report, there were a limited number of municipalities that are involved right now. Did the opportunity for other municipalities to join your arrangement happen in the future as it grows and its success is known?
Definitely. Matter of fact, the hope is to grow it because the more participants, the better volume, the lesser the fees.
Lower the fees,
And
yeah.
ultimately, the higher the returns. I know there's a number of targeted municipalities in the next round, but many municipalities haven't got their head around it yet. They're not aware, or that just plain workload, they haven't been able to address it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so anyways, appreciate the presentation. Again, fully supportive of it and looking forward to the greater returns for the residents through this program. Thank you.
So I guess my question is, we just saw what happened to the stock markets because of the virus. Under our current regime, would it have been affected at all by that stock market behavior?
Actually, the fund manager ran the numbers for me, and if we're in the prudent investor regime for the year to date, as of close of markets on Friday, we wouldn't have lost any money. We would have actually done as well or better as if we stayed under the legal list. That's why we look at a diversified portfolio. It helps manage the risk. When interest rates go down, bonds go up. The majority of our investments, because of our needs, are based in bonds, but also different types of bonds, so different parts of the market. The stock market pieces obviously gone down, but they've been offset by the bonds. I can't answer in terms of today, but it does talk about it does speak to the long-term objective of diversifying, of having a plan, working towards that plan and looking for the long term.
Okay. And how long are I guess we're locked in the length of each particular investment, is that the idea? But how long, if council was to say, we're getting uncomfortable for any reason, can we move back out of the prudent investor investments, if you will?
No, you can't. Once you're in the regime, you can't move out without an order from council, not this council. But you can change your investment policy statement. You can change your risk parameters. But the thing is, or you can change to another JIB if it comes up. If another JIB gets created and that's available, you could also compare against that. The thing is, this fund is long-term funds. It's professionally managed. It does much better on a long term than we could do as individual staff members with our expertise.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further from that? Okay, thanks. Commissioner, next. No delegations, Mr. Clerk? Correspondence, Councillor Newman?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the following proclamations in 2020 be endorsed. Pi Day of Giving to Ontario Tech University, March 14th. Natural Poetry Month, the month of April. Archives Awareness Month, the month of April. 75th Dutch Liberation Day, World War II, May 1st. Girls Inc. Rights Week, May 4th to May 8th. Aprexie Awareness Day, May 14th. National Deaf Blind Awareness Month, June 20th. And that the following flag raising be endorsed. 75th Dutch Liberation Day, World War II, May 1st to May 5th.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Leahy. Any discussion? If not, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Planning and Development, Councillor Mulcahy.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the items from the Planning and Development meeting from February 24th, 2020, items 6 through 4, and it's seconded by Councillor Roy.
Good, thank you. Any polls? If not, sorry, Councillor Drum.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to pull 6.1, excuse me, and 6.4, please.
6.1 and 6.4. Other polls? If not, all in favor of the remainder? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Drum, 6.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment in terms of having heard Natalie tonight, that we do have a very great downtown, and it gets better all the time. So it's more of a comment. And I think in order to have a very successful downtown, we need a strong chamber, we need a strong BIA, and also the Downtown Whitby Development Steering Committee, all working very hard together, all depending on the wonderful volunteers they have and the support from the town, which we are very proud to do. So I just wanted to comment on a fabulous job that you both do together as a team. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on this? If not, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. 6.4, Councillor Drum.
Thank you again. I'm fully supportive, of course, of the extension for Brock Street Brewery. Fabulous product, and I did mention last week that they really touched my heart in that they are so involved in the community, and they do fundraisers for organizations, and they also look at the need to support the community. So very, very supportive. I just have one question, if I may, Mr. Mayor, through you to Commissioner Marr. I know that it is an extension for 3 years, no problem. Just for my benefit and maybe for theirs, because I know they're looking for a permanent home, how long or how many extensions do we offer? Are there limits to an extension?
To you, Mr. Mayor, if I may, there are no limits to the number of extensions. That's entirely up to the applicant and subject to council's consideration of the request.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything more? If not, then all in favor? Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mulcahy. So now we're moving on to general government. Councillor Leahy, if you could hold 7.14 for my conflict. And I would like to speak to 719 if no one else is going to pull it.
For sure. Thank you, Your Worship. So again, so I'll move 7.1 to 7.18 with save and accept to 7.14, noting Mayor Mitchell's conflict, seconded by Councillor Drum. And then we'll also move all the amendments in the folders, and we'll discuss them one at a time. So there's amendments on 7.5, 7.9, 7.18.
So I think you can move 719. I'll just have someone.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we'll move 719 as well.
Okay,
then.
so everything's moved except 714.
Yes.
And seconded by Councillor Shahid. Now, polls. Councillor Shahid.
Through you, Mayor Mitchell, 7.1, 7.5.
Slow down. 7.1, 7.5.
7.6.
Okay.
7.10.
Okay.
And 7.14 is your conflict, so I won't even mention.
Okay. Other polls? Councillor Drum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 7.4, did you call it?
Mm-hmm.
Apologize. 7.3, 7.15, and 7.17, please.
Other polls? Councillor Newman.
7.9, please.
Okay. Others? Councillor Leahy.
Also, I don't think anyone pulled 7.7. Thank you.
So that's Leahy, and if someone could pull 7.19? Councillor Shahid? Thank you. I just wanted to speak to it. Okay, so on the remainder, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Shahid, 7.1.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Mitchell, I have a question to Commissioner Beale. I was wondering if we are going through an year-round pilot for traffic calming, how will Scott Street pilot run with the pillars kind of standing out? It gets removed in the winter time, right? So just wanted to know the logistics of it. And after that, I do have one more question.
Through Mayor Mitchell to Councillor Shahid, the Scott Street pole, they do come out in the wintertime, so we would be looking at something of a more permanent installation. One of the streets we're looking at right now is Robert Addersley.
Thank you. And my next question is, are we identifying streets in different wards, or we are running pilot program wherever we find the need?
Through Mayor Mitchell to Councillor Shahed, the very first pilot we're doing is Robert Addersley. We would have to report back on this item to council to identify what the program would look like.
Thank you. And lastly, once you know what new innovation you're bringing at Scott Street for it to run year-round, please share it with us as well in a memo. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on that item? If not, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Drum, the clerk has advised me the 7.3 is referred to item 9.1 under new business. So we'll get it there. 7.4, Councillor Drum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just commenting again on the name change for the Whitby Senior Center to 55 plus. I think it reflects the amazing senior population we have in our community. They're happening in that place and very active and continue to be so. So I look forward to a lot of new exciting things happening there as well. And at this point in time, Commissioner Romano, I would like to, through the mayor, thank the volunteers that you have on the committee, because they do a very fabulous job and they're very passionate about all of the activities at the center. So thank you very much. Please pass that along.
Any other discussion on that? If not, all in favor? Thank you. 7.5, Councillor Shahed.
Thank you, Mayor Mitchell. I just wanted to make a comment on the fact that 7.5, the motion that I had brought, it does not say anything about reinstating of the van. I had discussed this with Council Malkai because she sits in the seniors committee, and after discussing it with staff and everybody, we came up with that motion together in order to find a fulsome answer of how we can find transportation options for seniors. So I know that the staff had sent a memo which reminds us again and again, and I appreciate that the van cannot be reinstated. It's not accessible. It does not have all the other good stuff in it. But my motion is only specifically to sending it to the seniors committee and perhaps having a discussion with other people involved in this in order to find ways of transporting seniors through private-public partnership. Thank you.
So all that's on the floor right now, Councillor Shahed, is your motion. The one in the green folder highlighted in yellow has yet to be moved. So that's before us. Councillor Newman?
Point of order, Mayor Mitchell. I moved all amendments in the green folder when I moved everything, so it's on the floor.
Okay.
Thanks.
I stand corrected. So that...
So we can defeat it.
Yeah, that's kind of a procedurally awkward way to do this, you know? I mean, you should really be moving what committee directed and make someone amend it, not move an amended motion. Because now we have to delete it if we want to.
Your Worship, I would consider that because it was pulled, that there would be an opportunity to vote on the amendment and then the main motion as amended. So procedurally, I would just treat it because it was pulled as if there is an amendment that can be dealt with first.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just suggesting in the future, all that we bring forward is, you know, the motion that was adopted at committee, and if someone gives us notice they want to make an amendment, that's fine, but we don't move it. It has to be moved by the mover. I just suggest that's a kind of more of a, anyway, easier practice. So it's before us in the amended form as we speak now. So, Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I proposed an amendment to Councillor Shahid's motion, and it is at item 2 that all the money received from the sale of the seniors van in the amount of $34,665 be used exclusively to finance travel by seniors for their travel to and from programs and services provided through the Seniors Activity Center, which is to be renamed 55 Plus Recreation Center. Center. And I would simply say that I received communication from staff, and they indicated that there had been quite a diligent searching for a public-private partnership to address the absence now of transportation, which had previously been provided through the van. And in the interim, there was a memo received from staff from Mr. Romano on February 28th, which confirmed that the seniors van had been sold. This would be an opportunity for the monies to be directed to support what has been lost. I can say that I have had many communications from seniors at the Seniors Activity Center who have expressed concern about the loss of the seniors van without any alternative. And I also attended with other councillor members, including Councillor Shahid and Councillor Drum, and I believe Councillor Mulcahy, a meeting where the issue was addressed, where there was very clear opposition. So I want to say that even though there is in spirit an opportunity to seek a fulsome examination by the Seniors Committee, up to now there hasn't been a solution through a public-private partnership. And so I do not want the opportunity of this money to be lost or transferred to other purposes without it being realized to make up for what was lost. Thank you.
Just before I turn to Councillor Yamada, we should probably have a motion to divide so we can just deal with item 2. Councillor Roy, seconded by Councillor Leahy. So motion to divide the items. All in favor? So now we'll just deal with item 2. Councillor Yamada.
Thank you. Through you to staff. So the sale of the van nets us $34,000 plus. So once that money has been used and seniors are expecting that we keep on subsidizing rides, where do we go from there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Yamada, if we were to continue the service, it would obviously be funded through the taxpayer at that point.
Okay. And I guess it's, you know, I understand the loss of the van. I understand that there are seniors who need that. Now, the people that we would be subsidizing, would these people have been the ones who were on the list to use the van, or could anyone just apply for subsidy?
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Yamada, at this point, that's not determined. I think we would advise some guidance, or request some guidance from the Seniors Committee. That's the purpose of the meeting on the 13th. I think staff's recommendation that it would be limited, but that creates a whole list of other issues we'd have to look at one by one before we could make a proper recommendation to council.
And the issues of the subsidy in number 2, will that be included in your, or whatever's decided within your report back to council?
Sorry, could you clarify that, please?
I know we divided, but in number 1, we're getting a report back to council on the feasibility of a public-private partnership, but part of that will be the subsidizing of these rides. Is sort of what we're deciding in all 1 and 2. Will that be included in the staff report?
If council directs us tonight to look at that, we would certainly include that as part of our recommendation back to council or considerations.
Thank you.
Councillor Shahid.
I have a couple of questions through you, Mayor Mitchell. I believe we had motioned it to be stored for 2 years. I think the clerk would have to tell us, do we bring it back? Does that have to be contested before we go through this?
I'm sorry,
We had a motion, I believe, I may be wrong, to store the van for 2 years. And we are talking about this a year plus, so it's okay, we can talk about it. We don't have to have 2/3 or something.
I don't recall a 2-year motion or anything.
It was
Your
a
Worship,
discussion? Okay, sounds good. All right, so now my next question is, the $34,665 figure came from staff, Commissioner Romano?
Through you, Mayor Mitchell, to Councillor Shahid, yes, that figure came from our colleagues in Fleet.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Councillor Mulcahy? Again, we're speaking to item 2.
Item 2? Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. So because this is new to us here on council floor, $35,000 roughly, I think it's only fair to the senior staff that provide the programming and the all of the facilities and everything that we do, and to the committee of seniors committee, the 55 plus committee, who is a very engaged group of seniors, that this is premature to make that decision without consultation. So I can't support it. The seniors committee meeting is on Friday, at which point we would have been discussing item number 1, but we're talking to number 2, and I really do believe that they have every right to provide feedback on this. That's why we have committees of council.
You've already spoken, Councillor Newman, I believe. Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question, I believe, to Commissioner Romano. Of the and this is sort of to number 2, I just guess, of the people that were originally using the van, because this 34,000 plus is being directed in number 2 exclusively to finance travel, as it's worded, how many of the seniors that were using the van are not currently coming to any programming due to the fact that, I guess, they don't have transportation from us anymore?
Thank you. Through Mayor Mitchell to Councillor Lee. So staff have reached out to each of the 44 seniors members who were using the bus service before it stopped, and we were able to confirm that there are 2 seniors members who are now no longer able to make it to program.
Okay, so with number 2, the way it's worded, we're essentially saying that we want to give $34,000 to 2 people to find transportation for out of 44, of which 42 are already still coming to the programming and whatnot. I do agree that this is a premature amendment, that we should not be stating where this money should be used. I'm fine with keeping it within the senior center or that, but I don't think we should be this specific to where it gets used at this stage in the game, before the seniors committee is even consulted at their first meeting on Friday, or before staff even have a chance to look into things. So at this point, I couldn't support this for $34,000 for 2 people that aren't having transportation. Thank you.
I believe, Councillor, we only speak at council once.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Councillor Roy.
This motion, this amendment's actually for Councillor Mulcahy. On item 2, to delete from the word, so to delete finance travel by seniors for their travel to and from programs and services provided through the, and then keep the Seniors Activity Center 55 plus to be turned, and then at the end, remove the period, to be determined through the 55 plus Committee of Council. Second by Councillor Mulcahy.
Okay, so it's essentially not linking it to transportation.
Right.
Yeah. So this is an amendment to the amendment, which leaves the funds for seniors' purposes but not related to transportation. So this technically allows everyone to speak again. All right. Councillor Newman.
Your Worship, the amendment fundamentally changes the spirit of item 2. So is it possible to address item 2 before it's amended and speak to it a final time?
I believe the amendment to the amendment's in order.
Yep.
So we have to deal with that, and then we would go back to the original amendment, but we wouldn't speak to
fair
it
enough,
again.
Fair
Yeah.
enough, thank you.
But it's in
For the-
order, yeah.
From the very beginning on February 19th, when this issue came before council, I expressed concerns about ending the use of the seniors van without an alternate solution. And up to this day, there is no alternate solution. And unless there's miraculous funding from another source, it is not a budgeted item, and so it will be difficult to achieve what is sought in the first part of this motion. And so I think that the amendment to item 2 does not preserve the opportunity for these funds to be used for travel purposes. The response that I've received in the community and from seniors is that a great deal of distress was created by the original decision, and the numbers that have been presented do not match the experience that I've had in the community. So I cannot support the amendment to item 2 because it does not protect the opportunity for a solution for funding, at least in the short term, for seniors who depended for their health, well-being, and welfare on attending programs offered by the Seniors Centre.
Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do agree with this. I think it's best to leave it up to the Seniors Committee and to keep the money in the activity center, the 55 Plus Recreation Center. I am going to go back to the fact that there has been a solution found for 42 of the 44 residents. Staff had worked with them to find a solution if they are still coming to the programming, or the residents themselves have found a solution. Currently, as Commissioner Romano has said, there is only 2 residents, 2 seniors that are not attending, that were using the van service. So to allocate $34,000 for 2 residents when we could be using that $34,000 to whatever the seniors committee and the recreation center would deem as best for much more residents and to affect more people. I see no reason to go back to the older amendment. I'm fine with this one and let them to decide what is best with this $34,000. The solutions have been found for 42 of the 44 people.
Thank you. Councillor Shahid.
Thank you, Mayor Mitchell. Through you, I'm going to ask a question for option 1, for the first part of it, which will tie in with the second part, with your permission.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Romano, when the first part of this amendment will go to the Seniors Committee, will they look at all options for transportation? And they will be consulted?
Certainly, they will be consulted. We've already done much of the legwork leading up to that meeting, reaching out to the local cab companies to see if we're able to find some sort of sponsorship opportunity. To date, we haven't been able to uncover any. We will convey that information to the committee and seek their guidance.
Fantastic. Now, my question is, for the Seniors Committee, is that elected or selected?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shahid, it is an elected position.
So that means that seniors have a lot of power towards that committee. I'm very comfortable with. Ultimately, 35,000 roughly will go to seniors, and that's what the point is. We have to let democracy prevail, although I know that we all are in spirit advocating towards senior transportation. With the few of my residents who have come up to me, I'm trying to find a solution. But if the elected senior committee decides to go another way, I'm fine with it. I've given my hardest at this, and I'll be okay with it.
Councillor Yamada.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff. So when we talk about a P3 and looking at subsidized transportation options, we're going to have to be helping with the subsidies, I'm assuming.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Yamada, yes, we would have to coordinate the arrangement of those rides. We would play a role definitely in that subsidy, which presents problems for us because, as you recall, part of the rationale for stopping the original service was because we were trying to reallocate staff to areas where we would find more value. In other words, doing direct programming. If we were to enter into some sort of sponsored ride program, we would have to manage that in some way, and we'd have to divert staff's time from programming to transportation once again.
So even if we were to subsidize, we would be needing some of that 34,665. I doubt we'd need all of it, as I'm sort of hearing around the table, 34,665 for two people. I think it would be a lot less. Moreover, I think if there's a way to find solutions for the last few people through the staff report and then looking at the amount that we would need to subsidize, I think I'd be in favor of doing so. Thank you.
Councillor Drum, on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I hope I have this straight. Just for clarification, we're looking at this 35,000. I mean, there was a hullabaloo that happened in February regarding this, and I see both sides, and I understand both sides because change is difficult, and there's always that fear of isolation, senior isolation, which you don't want to do. But if I understand this correctly, and please, you may provide some guidance here, Commissioner, through the Mayor. The 35,000 would be discussed at the meeting with the committee, correct? And then what will happen is they have input into what they choose to do with that money. And part of the idea could be if they wanted to put a little seed money aside and try a pilot project, see what happens, because I know the cabs do give a discount, bless them, but for some that's even a little too much money to pay out. So that could possibly be resolved. The committee themselves could discuss it and decide if they choose to do so, right? Okay, I just needed some clarification. Thank you.
Councillor Mulcahy.
Okay, so just briefly, speaking to number 2. I mean, the whole point here is to take the tying it intrinsically to transit, because we don't know until staff actually answer number 1 what we would be looking at in operational costs, correct? Okay, so I just needed the nod, thank you. So, I mean, this is a one-time fund. We don't have an additional amount of funds coming after this. So if it is 1 or 2 or 3 people that need transit help, the committee may decide that. And they may decide that this is how much we'll offer for X amount of time. But I really do believe it's up to our staff and for our staff and our committee of council to make that decision based on the actual numbers and based on the knowledge that's behind it. So I'm okay with the wording. It is a one-time injection that we will give the money back from the seniors van to the senior center. But I think we need to leave that decision up to them to report back to us because they are the ones in the know. So thank you.
I have an amendment to the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Can we not just vote on this? This is pretty straightforward.
Your Worship, I would like that the 34,665 be held and until the staff, until there is a report back.
Sorry, Councillor Newman. The clerk has indicated that you cannot amend an amendment to an amendment.
It's a friendly amendment.
Well, no.
friendly, unfriendly, or otherwise, the clerk says you cannot amend an amendment to an amendment.
That's
And that is
curious.
a very sensible rule, I must say.
I would wish to propose that the monies be held until the report
sorry,
comes back.
Sorry, it's out of order. That's just what the clerk indicated. So we're going to vote now on the amendment to the amendment.
Recorded vote, please.
Okay. Recorded vote, Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Drum,
Yes.
Councillor Leahy,
No.
Councillor Lee,
Yes.
Councillor Mulcahy,
Yes.
Councillor Newman,
No.
Councillor Roy,
Yes.
Councillor Shahid,
Yes.
Councillor Yamada,
No.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
Your worship, that vote carries.
Okay, so now we are back to the main motion.
Your
well,
worship,
to
are we
item one.
not addressing the amendment now?
Oh, we have to vote on the amendment, correct. All right, on the amendment, do you want to record a vote as well?
Are we allowed to amend the amendment? It's my amendment.
So now we have an amended, the amendment to the amendment
You can now.
has been carried.
Yeah, now you can deal with another amendment. Amend it again.
You can amend it again. All right.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to suggest that the $34,665 be held until the staff reports in item 1 and reviewed at that time.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? I don't see a seconder. Councillor Leahy has decided to second it. Do we need to debate this? Is there further discussion? If not,
Your worship, if it would be possible just to wait on the vote until it's up on the board, just so I could see it correctly, please. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy.
And just a question to that. So this is just saying that we would like that whatever funds are available to be dealt with in the staff report that comes from item 1? Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, what I heard is they're not to use any of the funds for anything until the transportation issue is sorted out.
So which is the
That's
report back from
essentially what I
staff?
heard.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Does everyone see that new amendment on the amendment? Are we ready to vote? Okay. All in favor?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, this is just voting on number 2 at this point, correct?
Just number 2, yeah, just on the amendment to the amendment.
The change number 2, thank you.
Sure.
What was the whole exercise we just went through then? What is the difference between this and just leaving the report as it was?
Because it's not saying, the last one said you could only use it exclusively, and this says you have to wait until the report before you decide how to use it.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Do we have a seconder?
I believe there was a seconder. Councillor Leahy was a seconder. Are we ready
Recorded
to vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Drum,
Yes.
Councillor Leahy,
Yes.
Councillor Lee,
Yes.
Councillor Mulcahy,
Yes.
Councillor Newman,
Yes.
Councillor Roy,
Yes.
Councillor Shahid,
Yes.
Councillor Yamada,
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
No.
Your worship, that vote carries.
Okay, so now we're back to item 1.
Is there an amendment to that?
Who has spoken to item 1? I've lost track here completely.
I think we're still on the amendment, actually.
We're still in the amendment. What else do we have to do?
We just voted on the red.
Now we're on the full.
Now we're on the full amendment.
No. So now we have to vote on the whole amendment as amended. Are we ready to vote on the full motion as amended? All right. No, just number 2. Just number 2. We have to finish it first. All right, so all in favor? That carries. Now, we're back to number 1. Does anyone want to speak to number 1, or have we spoken out?
Recorded vote on number 1.
I just want to say one thing then about number 1 is that I'm prepared to support it tonight, but this, as Commissioner Radama has pointed out, the Seniors Committee and staff made it very clear back then they did not want to be in the transportation business. So this could be interpreted as saying council is asking them to reconsider their decision. And I really we all value the Seniors Committee, but I think this, for me, is absolutely it. If they come back and say they don't want to be in the transportation business, I'm not supporting any other motions or any other amendments or anything, because they have discussed this, they have dealt with it, they've drawn a conclusion, and it comes back again, and I think that's kind of not what we want to do to the Seniors Committee of Council. However, it's on here tonight, and Commissioner Romano says some of the work's been done, so we'll carry on. It's okay. Record a vote. Councillor Newman.
Councillor Drum.
Yes.
Councillor Leahy.
Yes.
Councillor Lee.
Yes.
Councillor Mulcahy.
Yes.
Councillor Newman.
Yes.
Councillor Roy.
Yes.
Councillor Shahid.
Yes.
Councillor Yamada.
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
Your worship, that vote carries unanimously.
Thank you. 7.6, Councillor Shahid.
Thank you so much. Through you, I'm all talked out, but low carbon fleet. I just wanted to ask a question through staff is, when we look at these numbers, do we look at when one deteriorates and it's time to buy another one, we go and buy an environmental friendly fleet? Or we look at, is there a timeline to take all of them back and bring new ones? How are we going to be lean about this?
Through Mayor Mitchell to Councillor Shahid, the Fleet Master Plan is going to look at what technologies are available today and looking at a time frame and a timeline of what is available to switch out. You may have a pickup truck that's much easier to switch out versus a waste vehicle or a large dump truck where the technology is not there yet. So we will be looking at available technology, timelines, and best practices in the industry.
Okay. Councillor Shahid.
Thank you, and I know that you do a great job, but I'm just asking for my understanding. Best practices in the region, I'm assuming.
Through Mayor Mitchell, no, our jurisdictional scan will be certainly North American wide, and we will be looking at if there's any emerging technologies in Europe that we can tap into, but definitely North American.
Thank you, and I value your hard work. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy.
Yeah, again, fully support the effort that's here before us, but council appreciate staff's efforts going to be looking forward in this. It aligns with what we've done at the region to try and find a way to minimize our carbon footprint with our vehicle purchases, recognizing that not everything is electrified yet. We got the Zamboni down, but not quite the garbage truck. So I appreciate staff's effort and looking forward to starting to purchase as many hybrid and electric vehicles as possible in the coming budgets ahead, not right away, but as soon as reasonably and fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Councillor Yamada.
Thank you, Your Worship. Fully supportive of what's in front of us tonight. I know when we make these declarations of climate emergencies, it's words until we start putting those words into action. And these kind of motions that we're seeing tonight to look at what we can do to bring in place a low carbon fleet, that's a way that we can move the needle on the climate change emergency that we have set out here in this council. So I'm happy to support this and look forward to seeing more electric cars on and trucks on the road. Thank you.
Okay, great. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. 7.7, Councillor Leahy.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, again, happy to speak and to support this particular motion that's here before council tonight. I guess my only brief question is that Well, I guess that we want to support the feds for putting in an electrical vehicle rebate program in the $5,000 to $10,000 range. I guess the question to staff is the current federal rebate program, are we able to take advantage of that that exists as right now, or do we need a new rebate program from the province in order for the municipality to qualify for the rebates? Just curious. And if you don't know on the spot, that's okay. Follow up.
Through Mayor Mitchell, I would have to follow up on that.
Okay, all right, thanks. Again, fully supportive of the efforts here, and hopefully we can get the province on side to implement a new electric rebate program beyond what the federal government's doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? If not, all in favor? Thank you, that's carried. 7.9, Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm reintroducing an amendment to ensure clarity. It's item 4 of the motion. And just as a summary, the BIA seeks $10,000 of gift-in-kind donations from the town in 2020. Last year, the BIA received $5,000 as a gift-in-kind donation, and the current BIA budget for 2020 provides for, again, the $5,000 as a gift-in-kind donation. The Treasurer will provide a report to Council, which is expected in June of this year, on policies and a consistent process for organizations and groups to seek grants and in-kind donations from Council. So I'm asking through this amendment for the opportunity for Council to review the additional request of $5,000 in kind from the BIA in 2020 to be reconsidered considered at the time that the Treasurer provides his report to Council in June. And so just to read the words, which are in addition to the main motion, that Council reconsider the BIA's request for an additional in-kind contribution of $5,000 for a total in-kind contribution from the town of $10,000 in 2020 at such time as the Commissioner of Corporate Services, the Treasurer, reports on a policy to deal with grant and in-kind requests in June 2020. And I just note that the request appears to be revenue and cost neutral, as the amount paid in kind is paid back through BIA permit fees. Thank you.
So the intention here is just to have the Commissioner bring back the policy, and then once the policy is there, Council would consider the BIA request under the new policy.
For the additional $5,000 in kind.
But we are not making any decision at this point in time.
That is correct.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Motion to divide?
Motion to divide.
Just
Councillor
divide
Lee?
out number 4.
From the rest of the motion?
From the rest.
Okay. All right. Seconder to that motion? Motion to divide. Councillor Shahid. All in favor? And carried. Okay. Anyone else speaking? So now we're speaking to number 4 only. And Councillor Newman has addressed it. Any other discussion? Councillor Drum?
Correct, thank you. I'm happy to support this, and I'm not too proud to admit it, but I did vote in error last week. It was a little muddled with all of the amendments, and I should have asked for clarification prior to casting my vote. So I fully support number 4, that the BIA can be considered once a policy is put in place for the additional in-kind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone further on this? Councillor Shahid.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Mitchell, I feel that we should defer it until Commissioner Nix's reports comes. We'll be beating by the bush. You have to figure out policy before anything. Thank you.
Councillor Mulcahy.
I would like to, as much as, we all love the BIA and we want to support them in everything they're doing, my only concern here is that we didn't do the same thing for the Brooklyn Spring Fair when they came before us asking for money. So I really do think that we should table it until such time that we have the report in front of us.
So, I'm not sure you table it, you just defeat it, and then when the policy's done, they can come back just the same as a fair can, right? Councillor Leahy.
Yeah, no, I fully support this piece because at the the second we give more money to the BIA, I'll be definitely approving to give some money to the Brooklyn Spring Fair. So I'm happy to make an amendment to include the Brooklyn Spring Fair in this as well. Put that on the floor when the report comes back for the policy, so they know that we're thinking of them when the report comes back.
Sorry, so you want to make an amendment to the amendment to add the Brooklyn Spring Fair?
Yes. We're only on one amendment. Haven't made an amendment to the
Would you
amendment
mind
yet.
holding that back until we get a chance to speak to the current one? Would that be possible?
But it's critical. They're both related. I wouldn't want to give money to one without the other.
I agree with the amendment.
Councillor Newman, please.
The item is regarding the BIA budget. So I think you need to rule whether
Yeah.
Brooklyn Spring Fair
The clerk's correct. So we're on this relates to a BIA report, so it'd be really odd to have reference to the Brooklyn Spring Fair in it.
Odd, but not out of order.
So you want to pursue that, really?
Yeah.
Point of order, wouldn't it be out of order just based on the fact that we are at council, and unless it relates to a report directly, this would have had to come in beforehand?
It's an amendment.
You know, it's pretty random. If you made a motion in this report to take $10,000 away from the Brooklyn Spring Fair, they'd probably be a little upset because they didn't have any notice. So, I mean, I don't know. It's up to you. You can carry on.
Yeah, I'd just like to add it so that we're treated the same, so that they know this covered.
So is the amendment in order?
Point of order, Mr. Clerk. I don't believe it can be in order at this point because this
Not
does
out of
not
order.
relate to this particular report on the BIA. The fair would have to be introduced as a separate motion and then follow the rules of being, I believe it's Wednesday by noon if it's going to be for council. There's nothing of imperative nature of this to be introduced tonight on the floor.
Your Worship, the subject matter that's before council is the 2020 proposed BIA budget. I do not believe that discussing grant contributions to the Brooklyn Spring Fair is in keeping with that item, so I do believe it is out of order.
Okay,
Fair enough. Thank you.
You've spoken to this, Councillor Newman, have you not? Yeah, there's nothing
Yes, but I do want to suggest that the amendment would be in order with respect to item 3, which is
Not
a
dealing with
broader...
item 3. Sorry, Councillor Newman, we're dealing with item 4. That's all we're dealing with right now. And you've spoken to it.
Thank you.
Have you spoken to item 4? Okay, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I am very supportive of the BIA and their request for additional funds. I think in this situation, we are being premature on this. We all agreed at Committee of the Whole to wait until a policy had come through from Commissioner Nix with regards to grants and how to look at them, how to deal with them. And I would like to ask Commissioner Nix, just specifically with regards to this, would there be any issue at all with the BIA coming back in June and asking for any sort of in-kind grant of the $5,000 if they were in need of that money?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, there would not be any hesitation for the VAA to come back if they needed the money. And
Currently, right now, the $5,000 was still given to them as part of number one. I don't want to get into number one, but we've still given them the $5,000 grant. Is that correct? It's just the additional $5,000?
That's correct, and it was recommended because it wouldn't impact their programming this year.
So with the $5,000 plus, I believe, could you confirm that it's also approximately $15,000 in their reserves that you've seen as well too?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the reserve state are about $15,000, and the budget has a budgeted transfer of $13,000 to the reserve. So the effect of the $5,000 reduction just reduced this year's transfer reserve from $18,000 to $13,000.
Thank you. So with the $13,000 plus what's currently in the reserves, in my opinion, for essentially the next couple of months, there's no issues with them whatsoever continuing with their programming, continuing with their planning. It would just be slightly less money being transferred into their reserves that's guaranteed at this time until such policy is in place. And then once June comes around, we can look at that criteria once that policy is in place and make a decision then. But to preemptively do it at this point without policy and then to preemptively do it for other organizations as well, I don't believe makes sense. I think we need to be looking at policy first and then deciding on the grants and the amounts of dollars afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, can we vote on the amendment?
Excellent. Record a vote.
Record a vote, Councillor Leahy, on the amendment, item 4. Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Drum.
Yes.
Councillor Leahy.
Yes.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Mulcahy.
No.
Councillor Newman.
Yes.
Councillor Roy.
No.
Councillor Shahid.
I'm really perplexed right now. I'm
Councillor
sorry
Shahid,
about
yeah.
that. Yes. In all honesty,
We can't debate,
No.
Council. It's a yes or no.
no.
No, okay.
Councillor Yamada.
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
No.
Your Worship, that vote is lost on a 4 to 5.
Okay, the remainder of the motion is before us. Is there any further discussion, or are we ready to vote? Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. 7.10, Councillor Shahid.
Thank you, Mayor Mitchell. I just had a question to ask through the Economic Development Department. I believe after our discussion back in the last committee of the whole, we talked about the videos, and the videos have been shared. They're really nice. I would like to ask if we have an in-house tech department who can change up the logos and freshen it up according to the new branding, if that is a possibility.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Shahid, are you referring on the website or the specific images on the videos?
On the YouTube videos.
We can look into that.
And is there a cost, or this is an in-house thing?
I believe we have done those in-house in terms of the actual image on the video, but are you asking to actually change the video or the image on the link?
I'm just looking into the new logos that we have for the town of Whitby, if that could be changed, and that's all. Although it's a very to the point and an amazing video, I just feel that it feels a little dated. With the new logos and everything, it should freshen it up. Thank you.
So if the old logos are embedded throughout the videos, that would cost money. If it's simply an image, we can change that. So we will look into it.
I will ask you and request you to consider it to be very lean in terms of money, whatever we can. I don't want to send it outside and spend any money on it. Thank you.
Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wish to commend Director Klein and the Economic Development Team, Maria McDonnell, Sheila McGrory, Daniel Van Kampen, and Braden for their excellent work on economic development in the report that is before Council. As a member of Council, I look forward to contributing to the creation of an economic development strategy which will provide the town with the necessary vision and plan for economic development in Whitby in 2020 and beyond. The lands west of Toronto have been the focus of economic development in the past several decades. However, with lands west of Toronto becoming less available, the lands east of Toronto and in Whitby will become increasingly attractive as residential development in West Whitby and Brooklyn flourishes. It is incumbent on this council to maximize this opportunity through a thoughtful economic development strategy which is being created. The relationship between residential and business development in Whitby should significantly improve and provide relief to residential taxpayers in the next decade. Thank you.
Councillor Yamada.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff. So, not off the top of my head, I know the amount we bring in from residential households compared to businesses is about an 80-20 split. Where do we see that starting to move toward a better split toward residential homeowners over the next 5-10 years? Do we have projections on that due to the amount of industrial space that will come online, servicing lands in over time in West Whitby and the industrial space that we'll see in other parts of the town.
Through you, Chair, we are currently sitting at 85-15 split, which is about the average across the region. So Whitby is not unique in that experience. However, we do expect that as more residential lands become available, specifically in West Whitby and in Brooklyn, with that it will release employment lands, and that will be help us attract new investment. So the 80-20 split is something that should be achievable in the next few years. We don't have an exact projection in terms of numbers, but that residential to non-residential split is, we do hope that will improve as those employment lands are opened up.
Okay, I guess through you then to Commissioner next, are we looking at a way of projecting sort of that ratio split over time?
Actually, we are looking at that ratio split, and unfortunately, the investment in the business sector will help us maintain more or less of that split because we're getting a massive residential in the short term, and unfortunately, that's gonna skew the results in the short term. So we are looking at both industrial and commercial and residential gains as we move forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'd like to ask the question in a different way. So, we know the population is increasing about 50% over the next 10 years. Is the employment land that's going to be available and serviced over the next 10 years, is that growing by more than 50% that we know of all the 407 and 412 land, or less? Because that kind of gives us a sense of where things could go. Do we have any sense at all? Just even ballpark? Because then we know if we're not growing our base 50% on the industrial side, we know that rate is going to get worse, not better.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that, but I do know that the residential development outweighs the business development at least over the next 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, so it's going to be a really long time before we have a material impact, unless we can get something like an airport or something nearby to support it, but I appreciate that.
If I may, that doesn't degrade or reduce the importance of the industrial commercial development, because that still helps as we move forward.
There's no question it's the number one piece. It's just the challenge if we want to meaningfully say we're going to move that needle and we're not increasing the land dedicated to industrial commercials more than what's on secondary plan. I don't think that we're going to get to a state where it's 30% industrial anytime soon. At worst, it'll probably get worse, go down to 15, 85 or even worse. But thank you.
What else, Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had a question for Ms. Klein. With regards to, we just recently passed a budget that made some cuts to staff, and one of those cuts, I believe, was to an economic development officer potentially. How does that affect this moving forward that Council has chosen to cut that from the budget? Because everybody's here saying that they want to see the needle move, and yet that got cut.
Through you, Chair Yamada, to Councillor Lee, that position was going to focus on the concierge service to help with the businesses in terms of navigating the systems. So that is something that we will not be able to do this year. We also won't be enhancing any of the further economic development projects that we'd identified beyond the scope of what we'll be doing with the development of the economic development strategy. But that business concierge service will not be delivered this year.
Okay. So I was one that was very much for this position. Is this something now that it's been cut that it will slow that economic development plan that you had in place? Does it delay that plan now because we are missing that staff person?
It will delay the implementation of the plan because we will not have that incremental staff person to do the work that will be identified. Now, the plan will develop the business case for that position, and we'll be bringing that request back in a future budget.
Okay, great. And just as a side note, I know we have, and this is sort of a little bit, not off topic, it's still part of economic development. I know we have a Choose Whitby website. I'm not sure if there's any plans with that. I know it doesn't even have the new logo on it. I know Councillor Shahid had asked about the videos. Some of those videos that have got out, I didn't find them on that website. I know they're on YouTube with very low views, about 100 views. So if there's any way to kind of incorporate that in terms of helping to promote, I would be all for that. Again, at minimal cost, of course, and with the lack of resources of staff, it may be a little bit difficult to implement as well. But I'll leave that with you just as a friendly. Thank you.
Actually, we are working on moving the information from Choose Whitby over to Whitby. It's a large project, so it'll take some time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? I just add that the impact of online, obviously the growing online retail, the Commissioner of Finance at the region is bringing back a report on that, and I think that will really be something that will be instructive about, the tax ratios going forward. So, nothing else on that. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. So now we are at 7.15, Councillor Drum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The autonomous vehicle pilot project, thankfully the province kicked in some funding in order to facilitate this, and we spoke of it last week, and there are other partnerships in there as well with us, which is great. It's pretty exciting, and I've had some residents asking questions about it, and what I would like to ask you tonight, Commissioner Beale, through the Mayor, is could you once again, for their sake and for anybody who's in the audience, define the parameters that the vehicle will be doing once it's underway? Thank you.
Through Mayor Mitchell to Councillor Drum, the route that the autonomous, there's a primary route, and it's going from the GO station down Watson Street, and then down Brock Street, and then along Water Street, and there's a diagram in the report. Then back up South Blair, then back along Watson Street to the back to the GO station. That's the primary route. There is a secondary route in the event of there is some flooding at the base of Brock Street, and that secondary route would just stay along Watson and go on South Blair to Water Street and turn around at our parking lot across from the region's sanitary treatment plant. We will be bringing forward a report back to Council in April, as we will have to have a temporary parking restriction on certain sections just to allow the autonomous vehicle to go through. And we also are working with our communications people on really enhanced communications with it, along with Durham Transit.
Thank you very much, and I understand it's going to be a pretty robust push out there to get the information shared with people. Thank you.
Anything further on that, Councillor Shahid?
Thank you, Mayor Mitchell. I just wanted to make a comment. I was watching a news report on CTV or CBC last night, and they were talking about the auto fair in Detroit yesterday and the fact that they will be using autonomous vehicles to take all the guests attending the auto fair to the airport and so on and so forth, and they were showing the super cool vehicles, so it made me really happy that we are also be indulging in it. So this is super cool, and hats off to our town. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? All in favor? Thank you. So Councillor Drum, you pulled 7.17. That's a confidential report. So if you have questions about that, we should probably leave that to the end of the meeting so we don't have to have people leave.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor. You can strike it.
Okay, so it's not pulled then? Okay, so then all in favor of 7.17 and carried. And the last item, except the conflict, is 7.19, the Calais garbage receptacle. And, oh, sorry, 7.18, quite correct. Sorry. That was pulled. I don't show that as being pulled. Oh, okay. It was moved as amended and passed. So it's not before us. So anyway, I don't support 7.19. I appreciate that the resident that is pursuing this matter is very persistent.
is not interested in taking no for an answer, but the commissioner has given you information on the potential costs associated with this. And given that there is an in-ground garbage can a 2-minute walk from where this is, I think spending $8,000 plus a year is not a reasonable use of taxpayer funds. So I'm just putting on the record that I do not support this recommendation. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I guess my question is there to Commissioner Beal. So, and if members of council want to look up a Calais Park, the satellite image on your iPads, it may assist with the conversation. So the current in-ground garbage receptacle that's in the center of the park, which is, if I can do with my simple diagram here. So I have an entrance from Michael Boulevard. I have an entrance from Calais Park. There's a path that goes between the two. It's a T path. That T path goes off to the lovely park, which is fabulous. And then there's currently a garbage can right there along that particular path. That's how it is there. I went there with a number of residents to take a look. How is that garbage can that's in there right now beside the park, how is that currently managed by staff with only one person and without flagmen at the moment?
To Mayor Mitchell, to Councillor Leahy, in the park, if there is a bin beside the path, we can drive into there. It's with two people, and it's with the park's haul wall. So they actually have to put in the waste container on a lift device.
Okay.
And they can get in. We do plow that pathway. There is another MOLUC that's been implemented, and that was just recently done. So that can be serviced because we can drive in, we plow it, and it is two people that do it.
Okay, so how do we drive in to get there? Do we come off of Calais? Or do we come off Michael? Or is that too specific information? Does the fact of the matter, I guess we drive in.
Through Mayor Mitchell, I don't have that information.
Okay, so just trying to understand the report and memorandum that you sent out today at 4:30. So you're saying that, okay, in order to do this, we'll need 3 staff in order to get the garbage can that's down here. But currently, we only need, is it 1 staff or 2 that currently empty this garbage can that's by the park?
Through Mayor Mitchell to Councillor Leahy, in the park's haul wall, there's 2 staff that drive the vehicles. It's a 2-person job because often the waste container is heavier than our 44-pound limit.
Got it.
In a typical waste truck that is driven, that picks up, we have a very strict 44-pound limit, and so we have 1 person that can lift it. So this is a bit of a different operation. What I was indicating that if the container is reinstated, we would, for safety reasons, be requiring 2 additional staff to do flagging operations to stop the traffic.
Okay, and I understand that, and I'm sorry to belittle this, it's just part of my understanding. If we don't need any staff to get the garbage can that's here, why can't we have that same process, drive along the road, come down from Calais where there is no traffic, where there is a path, and get the garbage can down here, where there would be no additional cost or need for any flagmen?
Through Mayor Mitchell, they drive into the park. If it's the container I'm thinking about, they drive into the park. Okay. The issue that is on Michael Boulevard is the sight lines.
Got it.
And the speed. So, and where the hopper opens, it's on the driver's side. So
Understood.
the other container, from a safety perspective, it's not an issue.
Okay, let me ask this in a different way. If we're able to take a truck down from Calais, drive along the path, and make a left and pick up the garbage here, why can't we take a truck along Calais, go down the same path, go an extra 20 feet south, and pick up the garbage there, so we don't need flagmen and we don't need to pick up the garbage from Michael Boulevard?
Through Mayor Mitchell, so if we looked at the putting the container actually on the entranceway, and which is what we do plow, but in the wintertime, there would not be enough room. We actually took a vehicle there and actually tried to have 2 people put the container on, and when it lifts up, it lifts at an angle, and it was dangerous because of just how it would be maneuvered. There wasn't enough room on that entranceway to actually have it there.
Okay, so fair enough. For all seasons but winter, could we put a garbage can down there and use the exact same process that we're using to get the garbage can here and still have an opportunity to have that garbage can there for 8 months of the year instead of 12 months a year, having no need for any additional flagmen and having that garbage can there?
Through Mayor Mitchell, the container that's located, if it was located on entranceway, there's not enough room between where the vehicle would be and where they would have to put it on the lift, because the lift goes at an angle, and so they would be pinching. It's dangerous. It would be dangerous for them from their hands perspective. So it was deemed to be unsafe to actually, just given the width and how that vehicle has to operate and how the lift mechanism is. It literally takes two people to lift it onto there. There just wasn't enough room.
Okay, fair enough. Can we move it as close as we possibly can to that particular entrance instead of inside the park so that the equipment does work? And we can get from Calais and we can get into the park where we don't need to have the two flagmen to pick up that garbage?
Through Mayor Mitchell, to Councillor Leahy, I believe we installed another Moloch in the park, and I'd have to get the exact location, but it was in another location that was just past the entranceway and further to the east and away from some of the residents' homes. So that only has to get emptied every couple months. So
Because it's so deep.
Because it's so large.
Yeah.
And it's just another specialized piece of equipment that empties that.
Yeah.
I don't believe that gets emptied in the winter.
Okay, fair. Oh, it just doesn't get emptied. Okay, fair enough. So anyway, so that there is an opportunity to move it where the equipment could work that would be closer along the path between here and not into the park, correct? From the equipment that you have?
No, on the entranceway, it would be too dangerous. There's not enough room on that entranceway.
Understand. So let's scratch the entranceway. I understand your piece. If we can move it up so it's at least on this path that connects between the two pieces of park instead of deep into the park where your equipment will work, could we do that?
We can put another one in the park, but we already have two. The reason we put the Moloch in the park, because we had another one in there and we were having dumping. We were having City Works complaints that we were having people dump in the park, which is why we replaced the can with the Moloch as well. So, should council wish, we can install more in the park, right adjacent to the pathway.
Yeah, I'm
Further
happy.
in the park.
Yeah, I'm happy with staff's best effort. If you just can't put it by that entrance, another garbage can closer to the path where people walk their dogs and are dropping the poop, where we've had the poop cams and all those things, as close as feasibly possible to that, I think that would be a good compromise if that's fair.
I can provide the exact location back to council and check with staff.
Okay, perfect. That's good enough for me. Thank you. So I think that's a good compromise where we can try and address the resident concern, where we're getting the complaints, and put it in a spot where the staff can get it and they don't need the additional cost of the flagman. Thank you.
Okay, the resident has been pretty specific about where he wants that garbage can to go back.
I'm willing.
Councillor Shahid.
Thank you. I'm really concerned about the $8,000 here. I understand, Councillor Leahy. I understand the fact that this is a key button issue in your ward and you must be dealing with it forever. $8,000 is really pinching me. We've talked about $5,000, $8,000. We've talked about collectively $40,000 right now, that we've been really, really going through the lane of biting every dollar, and we lost a key economic development position. All this money is really freaking me out. I'm sorry.
Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Commissioner Beale, is it not correct that the bin was at the entrance for 40 years up to last year?
Through Mayor Mitchell, to Councillor Newman, I do not know about 40 years, but that bin was always moved back into the park during the summertime. When the staff couldn't get to the bin in the park, it was moved to the edge during the winter time. It was typically always moved back. I think there might have been a few years that it wasn't moved back, but it was always moved back into the park.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Commissioner Beale. And through that answer then, it was a bin that was capable of being moved from one location to another location. Would that provide some assistance in terms of a compromise solution?
Through Mayor Mitchell, Councillor Newman, last year when this did come up, we did put in an additional Moloch in the park. When we were talking about putting in another container, we talked about putting a container versus a Moloch, which the Moloch's about $2,000, the container's about $500. So we put the Moloch in to mitigate all the complaints we were getting in that park for dumping and all the complaints we were getting from those residents that lived on there. So we went with the higher cost that mitigated the dumping. So that was one of the things that we did.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just still unclear about the response because I did visit the area a number of times in the summer, and if you could explain where these mullocks or bins were placed in response to the request.
Sorry?
There's a memo with photos that has gone to council in the past.
Through Mayor Mitchell, I would have to get out a detailed aerial that shows the one mullock was put in to the park to the east of the pathway and north of the fence, but I don't have the exact dimension at the moment.
Anyone else on this? Oh, yes, Councillor Yamato, sorry.
Thank you. Through you to Commissioner Beal, so just clarification. Going back to what Councillor Leahy had said in advance, the idea of possibly having the garbage can in a different position, this will alleviate the fact of having to have the flagging for the removal or the pickup of this garbage can?
Through Mayor Mitchell to Councillor Yamada, if we put an additional garbage can inside the park adjacent to the pathway, yes, that would mitigate it. But that is what we did when we installed the mullock last year, in addition, which we thought was a resolve to the issue. The issue still has come back. So it can be done.
So that would bring the cost down substantially?
Through Mayor Mitchell, yes, you would not need flagging if it was in the park.
Okay. And the time of 1 hour to change a garbage can, that would be reduced as well, I'm assuming.
Through Mayor Mitchell, Councillor Yamada, the 1 hour was for the flagging crew, so I don't know the exact time that parks group take to do it.
Thank you. And no, thank you.
So, members of council, we can vote on this soon, but the recommendation is that the receptacles be removed from the entrance of Calais Park, where they were. So, Councillor Leahy in his discussion sort of said, well, don't do it at the entrance, because that costs money, so move it into the middle of the park, up the path, right? Yeah. So, apart from being 1 minute away from the Moloch when you get there, the next garbage can, I guess my concern here is, are you still going to hear the same complaint? And B, we would have to amend this motion because this motion specifically says at the entrance. And again, the resident has been very specific that he wants that garbage can back at the entrance where it always was, not up the path in the middle. So do you people want to table this and get your aerial and more specifically find out if up the path is going to keep the resident happy? Because we don't want to come back again. Right?
Fair enough. That's fair enough. Let's table it and let's bring it back. If
everybody agreeable with that, table it to the next council meeting.
Yeah, let's do that.
So everybody can. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is there a seconder on the motion to table?
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor of tabling? Carried. Thank you. That's great. Okay, Councillor Yamada on 714.
Thank you. So this is Public Works PW 04-20, the Mid-Block Arterial Road Study Update. Can I have a mover? Councillor Leahy, questions, comments to the report? Oh, seconder, sorry about that. Councillor Mulcahy, questions, comments to the report? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
Councillor Yamada. Now we move to new and unfinished business. And Councillor Drum, I'll recognize this is on the prudent investor report that you had pulled.
Thank you. I was just going to comment that I fully support it. End of discussion. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Leahy?
Yeah, I'll be brief as well. Again, fully support this regime. It gives us an opportunity to get access to better returns for the taxpayer money that we have on investment versus GICs and T-bills and other really low interest money instruments. So this is a great move forward for the resident. It shows our responsibility as being advocates to try and find better ways to get better returns for the money that's held in trust by the people with the town. So fully supportive of this. Thank you.
So Councillor Drum, you'll be moving this then, that's fine. And seconding Councillor Leahy, Councillor Newman.
Your Worship, as you mentioned, today the stock market has had its worst day. Although this is not likely to continue, I am fundamentally opposed to this proposal and seek a recorded vote.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? If not, Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Drum,
Yes.
Councillor Leahy,
Yes.
Councillor Lee,
Yes.
Councillor Mulcahy,
Yes.
Councillor Newman,
No.
Councillor Roy,
Yes.
Councillor Shahid,
Yes.
Councillor Yamada,
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell.
Yes.
Your Worship, that vote carries.
Okay, on bylaws, mover and seconder, Councillor Leahy, Councillor Newman. Any polls? All in favor? Carried. Confirmatory bylaw, mover and seconder, Councillor Yamada, Councillor Shahid. All in favor? Motion to adjourn, Councillor Shahid, Councillor Lee, all in favor. Thank you, members of council.
Actually, that's out of CMHA Durham as a whole. We have a lot of community partners who are coming and participating with us. We're very lucky to have John Howard Society,
Excellent.
Region of Durham, and many, many others who are going to be participating. And it's a great opportunity for people to come and see the agency and see all the partner agencies, everything that they're doing in the community to help make this a safer place for everybody.
Well, we only have a couple minutes left, so I'd like to know, how does one qualify to be part of this incredible program?
You just come down to 60 Bond Street West. It is a fully, you do not need a referral from a physician or anything like that. You need to come in, you meet with triage, and you identify that this is something that you would like to do. You might not even know it is. Maybe you'll come in, you'll talk about what your needs and what you want, and they might think that this might work for you.
Is there any cost to the participants?
No, it is completely free.
Oh, wow. Now, how is all that funded then?
It is...
I mean, you obviously get funding from somewhere.
Yeah, we're very lucky that we've been funded by the provincial government still.
Good.
Yep. But it is something that we're looking to expand and we're looking to grow. So we're looking for opportunities.
Well, may I suggest, and I do want to make a very serious suggestion here, because you are prepping a lot more employable people. And I've always been, everybody knows from my previous show, I'm always pushing employment.
Yeah.
The fact is, with your courses and you're getting people trained to be employable and to do a job, and of course people with disabilities are fabulous employees.
Absolutely.
Reach out to some of the companies and say, look, this is the programs we want to offer. You're looking for funding.
That's a great idea.
And actually tell them what it is you're looking for. Well, gentlemen, I am so glad you came.
Thank you
had
so
a great.
much.
I've had a great time with this.
Absolutely.
Me too. This
Me
has been
too.
wonderful.
So I'd like to thank you. Now, the thing is, the fact is, we may be out of time today, but believe me, you're not out of time if you're looking for help. The fact is, mental health is going to affect people across almost everything, practically everywhere.
Yep.
And so reach out for help, because if you don't reach out for help, you're not going to get on a pathway to success. And if you do, by George, you will. I'm Don Reese. See you next time on Pathways to Success.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Welcome to forever, man. This is forever. And there will be no surrender. You know that this right here forever. No surrender. It's forever.
Sometimes it's hard to say goodbye to an old friend. But when you're saying farewell to your vehicle, Kidney Car makes it fast and easy. Just call or visit our website. We'll take any vehicle in any condition and give you a tax receipt for a minimum of $300. No headaches and no towing charges. It's the one-stop solution for getting rid of your unwanted vehicle in just a few short minutes. When your vehicles reach the end of the road, call us toll-free or visit kidneycar.ca.
Is this some kind of Canadian joke, sir? I mean, I know you're the instructor and everything, but if we can't carry the ball, how can we get a decent shot at the peach basket?
All right. Maybe we can allow a carry of a couple of steps.
And Mr. Naismith, sir, it sure slows things down having to climb up here every time.
Well, then let's cut the bottom out of the basket.
Ah, but I need these baskets back.
100 years after James Naismith from Almont, Ontario invented it, basketball was being played by hundreds of millions of people around the world.
This is Rogers TV, Durham Region. The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers nor Rogers TV.
Securing your recycling in a few steps is simple, like bundling your cardboard separately. These bundles can act as a lid for your blue box or placing heavier items such as magazines on top of papers with no material above the rim.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Talk Politics. I'm Deborah Hutchison. Our guest this week is Whitby Mayor Don Mitchell. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you very much.
So much to talk about. Let's get to it, and let's start with the 2020 budget.
Yes.
Recently passed. What are Whitby homeowners and taxpayers looking at?
So we're looking at, from the local portion, from the Whitby portion, about $90 a year. From the regional portion, there's another $60, so about $150 increase on the budget. The provincial portion is flat, so that's the budgetary-based increase. Now again, that's on excuse me, That's on an average assessed home. And that is, I got to emphasize, it's the budgetary impact, because there are assessment impacts that are sometimes actually more meaningful. And for example, the Whitby, that's the amount you pay. But over at the region, because Whitby homes have a higher assessed value than Oshawa homes, when you spread that, we pay relatively more than Oshawa for the same regional services, as does Pickering and Ajax. It's related to the assessment. So that is a bit of an upward shift in terms of the Whitby tax bill.
From a percentage point of view, you were looking at an increase of 1.73%, which is pretty good.
Well, again, 1.73 is on the total combined tax bill, combining the region and how much it is of that total. But we're really trying to focus on dollars instead of percentages, because percentages are kind of misleading in my view in a lot of ways. For example, the city of Oshawa has a very large local tax base as we sit now. So on the same home we have data for Pickering and Whitby and Oshawa. So on the same home delivering the same type of services, because we all deliver kind of the same type of services, you know, in Whitby and Pickering we're collecting about $1,800, say, in local taxes, and Oshawa's collecting $2,400. Plus minus. So of course, if you're not starting from the same base, the percentages are kind of not that meaningful, because we need dollars, we budget for dollars, and we need dollars to do the program. So in this case, Oshawa's starting ahead. So that's why we want to talk about the dollars and the relative value of the services, because it's just a little misleading, sort of percent to percent, year to year. There's also, people talk about, it's the increase is higher than my cost of living increase, which is true, except, if you take the average household in Whitby is somewhere north of $100,000 income in the average household. So if your growth in income is at the rate of inflation, which is give or take 2%, so you're getting $2,000 more of income into the household in a year, and you're paying an additional $150, if you understand what I'm saying. So you actually have a lot more money to pay, year over year relative. So the tax burden in that sense gets less. But if you just use percents, again, it's misleading because your bases are so different to start with.
What were the challenges this year?
Well, every budget is a challenge, and certainly members of council always want the lowest increase you can have, but they also always want all the services to be delivered at the same level as we have now. There was not a request from any member of council at any time to either remove a service or reduce a service level, quite the contrary. People want more services. We know from our surveys, which we take every 2 years, that residents value our services. They believe they're good value, and they certainly don't want us to discontinue any. Quite the contrary, everybody wants more. So the challenge is in Whitby we're facing a lot of growth, not growth again that council has chosen, but it's coming. We have to prepare for it. So council is trying to find the right balance. In this case, from the staff recommended budget, they directed that about $468,000 in staffing be removed, which is fine. And they directed the CAO to make those, decide where that would come from, which again that's completely the right approach. You do not want members of council starting to direct, make operational decisions in staffing or anything else. So we are losing a couple of things that I think are, pretty important.
Such as?
Well, one was one of the staff positions was going to essentially be a business concierge service, because you always hear about you want things approved quickly and you want to get rid of red tape, you want to get it streamlined, and I can say that I have tried as mayor from day one, working with the chambers directly to try and find a way to untie that knot and to improve that process. Very, very difficult generating data and moving ahead. So this was a staff person to try and eliminate the upstairs, downstairs, and work people through. So that position, I mean, I'm sure it's going to come back, but it's essentially deferred for a year. We're also, the staff had recommended we begin moving again to a more centralized customer service management system, moving to a 311 system, which
Oshawa has.
Yeah, and which the region is moving towards. Again, that does require staff resources to do that, and that staff position is now eliminated as well. And the third thing was staff had recommended a community engagement officer, because again, listening to council over the year, that's a sort of a constant theme. We have to improve our community engagement. We have to reach out more. We have to find new ways, which is excellent. But again, all these things require staffing, and so that staff position, because that was a new service level, that was also removed. So all those things I think will come back in the next budget, but it's just a bit of a slowdown we'll have in 3 areas, which given the growth we're facing and the pace it's coming, we need to get moving on for sure.
I was going to say, if you haven't checked out the Whitby website, whitby.ca, a very good website and a very comprehensive overview of the budget, if residents haven't had a chance to go through it. They simplify everything, and it's very comprehensive as to what your priorities are going to be for 2020. Let's talk about some of those. I mean, you mentioned the growth.
Yes.
Incredible growth. We're looking at something like 40% growth.
40% increase, yeah. I mean, yeah, there's...
over how much time?
About 20, 25 years. There's 25,000 people. I mean, they're moving into West Whitby as we speak. That's, adjacent to the 412 lands.
Yes.
And in the approved new Brooklyn secondary plan, there's going to be another 40,000 people, again, over the timeline of that plan. So it's a lot. It's a lot of growth, and that too creates its own challenges, part of a budget challenge, because again, growth under our current regime does not pay for itself. The development charges do not cover the costs of the new growth. That's just the methodology that's in the legislation, the provincial legislation, and that's been that way for some considerable time. So there's a lot of new capital requirements that you need, obviously, to support new growth, and about a third of those fall back onto the existing residents. So anyway, certainly we and many municipalities have said that's something that really needs to be changed, but neither this government nor the predecessor governments were interested in doing that, so it's just part of the challenge of moving forward. And I think, most residents, my sense is, don't really care for the kind of pace of growth we have. It's, it creates a lot of congestion, creates a lot of other issues. So knowing it's costing them a bit more on their tax bill, that's probably not what they want to hear.
But there's no way of stopping it either.
There's no way of stopping it at our level. It flows out of federal policy. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, basically, a town approaching the size of Whitby comes into the GTHA every year through federal policy, and that has to be allocated out, and the province does that. I think they do it in a balanced and reasonable way, and the region works with them, and the region identifies how much growth is to be accommodated in each municipality, and then we
But you're starting to plan for it now.
Yeah,
you're
and
not putting it off.
One of the big things on the horizon is the new North Sports Complex, because most of the growth is coming north everywhere, north in Brooklyn, north in Pickering, north in Oshawa. So Brooklyn is will be the most rapid growth area up there now. So we need a complex in the north, and that's coming. And they're starting a public process now to identify, what the full amenities will be. But as a starting discussion point, we're looking at a couple of ice pads, essentially 3 pools, a professional pool, if you will, a regular recreational pool, and then a therapeutic pool, a track, an oval track around the top, a multi-purpose room. So, and now we're going to ask the public, what else might we need or do we want to look at, and get those plans finalized, because we want to see that thing under construction within a few years and open in 2023, I believe.
Has an area been?
Yeah, it's just just south of Brooklyn and west of Baldwin Street in that area, yeah.
Okay.
So it'll be fairly accessible to all the community in terms of there'll be a lot of different roads to get to
it.
You know, including, you know, Garden Street will need to be extended up through now. So that'll be a major corridor, and that'll connect directly in there. And we're building a new mid-block road between Winchester and Conlon. This will actually sit on that road, so that'll all come together. And that combined is a large project and a much anticipated project. Yeah.
Okay, we're about to go to break, but I also want to mention we're looking at a new hospital potentially.
Yeah, I mean,
or something you're going after.
We have a hospital task force, and certainly, you know, the previous government committed to a new hospital as part of that merger situation that went on, you know, over with the Rouge. So, again, that's a process that Lake Ridge controls, but I think our view is that the growth is north. The location, if your focus is on patient care and convenience and for them and their families, most of the hospitals now are down south and certainly not easy to get at. So our sense is it should be a north location, and the geography points to Whitby just because it's in the center of where the new growth will come. And again, there's going to be a lot of growth in Pickering, a lot of growth in Whitby, a lot of growth in North Oshawa.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. We're going to go to a quick break. Our guest this week on Talk Politics is Whitby Mayor Don Mitchell. More to come after the break.
Securing your recycling in a few steps is simple, like crushing your cans and bottles down in your container's blue box and your box board down in your papers box. This saves a lot of space and reduces the possibility of material blowing out of your blue box on windy days.
It was my daughter's birthday. She was blowing out the candles on our cake when we heard coming from the TV. So we stopped and listened, and it helped us get to safety. That's why when I think of my daughter's birthday, because now she gets to keep having them.
In the beginning, this place was pure creation. I have designed every inch of it, every blade of grass. It's not a theme park, but an entire world. In here, we create life itself. Out of chaos.
Helping Durham Region is a show where we interview charities and organizations on what they do to help Durham Region residents, and in turn, they'll let us know what Durham Region residents can do to help them. See you next time.
And we are back on Talk Politics this week. Our guest is Whitby Mayor Don Mitchell. We were talking about the 2020 budget,
right,
and your 2020 priorities when we went to break. What are you most looking forward to in 2020 when it comes to the priorities?
Well, like I think most people in town, I'm really looking forward to the Nordic Spa opening, which is supposed to be in November, December this year. And it's been long awaited, and it's going to be just fantastic. A real economic driver for Whitby. Yeah. Bring a lot of people into town, and it just so aligns so well with our, our general tourism, attractions, and with our two downtowns, right in the middle of our two historic downtowns, which are again a top priority, and. Sort of as to complement that, to see the old fire hall site project moving ahead, which we
Downtown?
see, downtown Whitby, which we just see as a will be really transformative in supporting that downtown.
And what will that become?
So that's going to have the bottom floor of retail, but then 5 stories of residential, which will be, market rate condominiums. So you're going to see 350 residents living in the heart of the downtown, supporting all the shops and services. So more people out there, people on the street, activity, energy, vitality. The biggest challenge with most downtowns now is the lack of people, living right around there to support what's going on. And your model is not, the drive to downtown has never really worked very well anywhere. It's sort of, but your model is for the downtown, the neighborhood to be essentially self-supporting.
Right.
And then when people come, which they will, that's kind of icing on the cake. But you really want to create a great neighborhood of the residents, businesses, shops, and it's really complemented by the Innovation District and the accelerator we have going there. Those are all joined up by the attachment to the town. That when you look at Jason Atkins and David Leahy and Isaac Wazama and the other leaders in our tech industries, they are sharing their knowledge, sharing their skills, they're mentoring people because place matters to them, and Whitby specifically really matters to them. So you really have to foster that attachment, and it is a big economic driver coming down the road. I mean, the economy is constantly transforming, constantly becoming more mobile, and if you can get the place that is the live, work, play environment with lots of energy, that's where people are going to want to bring their jobs, and that's where you're going to get the talent that's going to come, and we think it's working pretty well.
Talk about play. The town has also put a lot into its parks.
We have.
And upgrading the parks as well.
Yes, we're really proud of our parks, and we're also really proud of our parks programs. We adopted a few years ago the community parks program in the summer, which gives free programming. Very, it helps residents of all ages. And a thing I'm really proud of that we've completed is the Jeffrey Park reconstruction, which is immediately south of the White Oaks complex, which, there's a lot of kids living in that complex, 300 plus. And it was hard to get around to that park, and there weren't a lot of amenities in it. So we took the time to do it right, and we spent $250,000 to put a bridge across directly from there to the park, so there's now easy access. And the new park, I don't know if you've been down to it, it's just fantastic. So, and you couple another big initiative, which is the Challenger baseball diamonds.
I was going to say that. That's pretty impressive if you haven't had a chance to look at that diamond.
We're just trying to make a statement that we're all in it together, and we don't want to leave anybody behind. And if you want a safe town, if you want a vibrant town, if you want a prosperous town, you help everybody. You lift everyone up, and you make sure you use your municipal resources to do that. Because we are really the face. The services that we deliver municipally, for most people, a lot of them are free at point of delivery. I mean, they're on a property tax, but at point of delivery. So they disproportionately benefit those with fewer resources. So, I can go to a cottage, that's fine, lots of people can. But if you can't, you want nice parks and you want a nice waterfront, because you can still have that great quality of life without the resources, without the money. So that's really, really important. And from our libraries to our parks to all our programs to anything else, we really want to ensure everybody has a good quality of life. So if you want that, and I'm talking to all levels of senior government here, don't cut municipal services, because they are essentially delivering social justice on the ground every day. That's what we do.
We'll talk about giving back to the community. We have another Mayor's Gala just a few weeks away.
We do.
Let's talk about that.
Sure. Well, this is started, I guess this is the 5th year, And it's always been led by my EA, and my EA is, you can't see her, but we can. She's sitting right over there. Heather Ellis is heading it. It's a volunteer committee that organizes it. Every year but one, we've had it at Trafalgar Castle, which is just, if you've never been to Trafalgar, it's a great place. And Principal Foster is so supportive, and Rhonda Daly from Trafalgar is on our team. So it does a, the sort of lead thing you talk about is it raises money for our Community Development Fund, which does a lot of good things to support a lot of positive initiatives. But the other part of it is it's just a night to celebrate the town. So it's always called a night out on the town. And once you walk in the doors, there's no more monetary requests, if I could put it that way. Like, we don't have silent auctions, we don't have raffles. You just go in there and you have a great night with a lot of great entertainments, all of which are from Whitby. And you just see, you leave the night going, wow, this town has a lot going for it and a lot of great people, and you leave with a positive feeling.
What will this year's gala benefit? Has that been decided yet?
Yeah, we've picked the leads. You're doing one of these memory questions again. I believe there's Lake Ridge Health. And I believe there's
Heather?
Charles H. Best. Oh, yeah, Charles H. Best. And Iroquois Soccer. There you are.
And how do we get tickets?
Well, there's, I would be talking to Heather about that. I think it's sold out, actually,
Sold
as
out.
we speak. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Now we're rapidly running out of time, so I want to discuss a few more things. We've heard a lot about the GO expansion to Bowmanville,
Right.
which has been a great announcement for Oshawa and for Clarington. I guess what it leaves Whitby residents wondering is how fast can it be built, and will it give us any relief from the parking issues?
So
GO here.
So it's a great announcement for Durham Region, period, and the province has to be hugely commended for moving it north instead of keeping it south, because the longer term economic benefits of that shift, huge. That'll do so much in Oshawa and so much down in Clarington. But I mean, the timeline is 6 years. We don't have a great record of delivering major transit projects, exactly on time. But it's really not going to fix the parking issue either. I don't think certainly not in the short term, but really not in the long term either, just because of the general intensification and the utilization of the GO station sites. So right now on the west side of Toronto, Port Credit and in other locations, they are replacing their surface parking lots with denser developments, mixed-use villages. I mean, there's just so much more generated than, a surface parking lot is a pretty low-value proposition in terms of use of land. So these stations are a huge investment by the province, and they are the best opportunity to provide truly car-reduced lifestyle opportunities if you choose to do that. So I really think as you move forward 5 years, 10 years, that's certainly going to be happening in Whitby, and it's certainly going to start happening out in the other stations as well. So we have to start making some real decisions about how we are going to get people to the GO stations, with fewer vehicles, and that'll require some choices and some decisions. But I like for some reason I like talking about inconvenient truths, but that's just an inconvenient truth. So it's not going to fix itself. We don't have the geography to just pave a lot of land.
What's the chance of the provincial government building on our parking structure?
Well, excuse me. So the parking structure they built, I believe the cost was about $40,000 per space. They're now talking about charging for it generally. So I don't think they would do that.
Right.
I don't think the economics would be there unless there was a substantial charge for it.
Right.
So, I mean, that's up to them. But I think, a a better approach would be to get parking below ground as part of larger developments above ground. Okay. And we can also use parking more effectively because, you know, people, when you look at our downtown, I mean, people in the stores, you know, in the plazas and other areas, they use it all day, but they don't use it at night. And when people come downtown, they would like to park in there, but instead of it being a parking lot, and I'm talking private now, but right. Private or public, instead of, you know, turning those into parking lots, paid parking lots, they sort of say no parking and tow people away. Somehow that doesn't make any sense to me, like economically. We just need to use parking more effectively. But inevitably, just the sheer value of land is going to make parking more challenging and ultimately more costly.
Okay, I'm going to have to stop you there. Do you believe we're out of time?
We're always out of time.
We're always out of time. You're going to have to come back. That's all there is to it.
For sure.
Our thanks to Whitby Mayor Don Mitchell for joining us. Until next time, I'm Deborah Hutchison.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Salt. Toast is burning.
Toast is not.
Every time she has a seizure, she smells something burning. Now, if we can provoke that smell by probing the surface of the brain, we'll find the source of the seizures. Mrs. Gold, do you feel anything?
I can see the most wonderful lights.
And now what do you feel?
Did you pour cold water on my hand, Dr. Penfield?
Now what?
Oh,
What is it, Mrs. Gold?
burnt toast. Dr. Penfield, I can smell burnt toast. Dr. Wilder Penfield. He cured my seizures and hundreds more. They say he drew the roadmap of the human brain. We just called him the greatest Canadian alive.
Summer days, summer nights, lots of things to do, places to go, and people to see. If you're having a few drinks, be sure to plan ahead and get home safely. We don't want to pick you up. Drinking drivers risk injuries to themselves and others and take chances with their license, their jobs, and their future. Remember what's at stake and choose your ride, whether you're the driver, the passenger, or the party host. Thanks for supporting Sober Driving. I hope we never meet.
Visit arrivealive.org to find out more.
This is Rogers TV, Durham Region. The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers nor Rogers TV.
This episode is our first in 2020. So Happy New Year, everyone. Welcome to Buddies in Bad Times Theater. And hey, everyone at home. And if you are watching this episode on repeats or this has been found in some archives by an alien race in the future, then happy whatever year it is. And hello, aliens. Cat Grant is on a break this episode, but we have Boyd Kodak here, and he has Terry Jean Bedford visiting us. Yes, Canada's most famous dominatrix. If you recall the Thornhill dominatrix, the big news story from many years ago, so this should be very saucy. Community is super important. I personally have lived always by the understanding that community working together stands stronger, is able to advocate for rights and freedoms, and is able to take care of those in our community who need our support. Spearhead is one of those community groups who knows the importance of community. It is a leather and denim social group for our LGBTQ plus community, but also an organization that through their events and efforts have raised lots of money to help charities in our communities throughout the years. Usually, if you're a regular viewer of the show, you know that we feature interviews with artists and creative folks. But this time, we are here on this special episode to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Spearhead. Yeah, give them a big round of applause. Let me have some beer. 50 years, that means they started in 1970, a time where our community was still pretty much almost underground, but starting to gain some of our rights and respect. It still was a challenging time, and not many community organizations and groups have such a long history and are still here celebrating 50 years, so it's pretty a significant occasion. Along with Spearhead celebration, I'm dedicating this episode to the leather community within our community, because we are all the pieces that make us who we are as a vibrant and exciting community with a very rich history. So let's get the show on the road, yeah? This episode is going to be a little different. I'm going to be talking to not one guest, but to three guests and members of Spearhead in order to get the full scoop on this iconic occasion and celebration. Please help me welcome my first guest of the evening, the current president of Spearhead, Mr. Robert Jays, everyone. Hello, Robert.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Welcome. I'm good. Welcome. All right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is huge. You hold the distinction of being one of the most enduring gay organizations in the history of Canada, right? You're the oldest in Canada?
We are the oldest in Canada.
That's a big deal. Let's start our chat with the plans for the celebration. Tell us all the juicy details of how you're going to celebrate this monumental occasion.
Well, first of all, this tremendous occasion is over a year in the planning and making.
Nice.
And what we've come up with is mainly a daytime event, not doing anything at nighttime because we want our guests to come out and enjoy other community bars.
Okay. When is it, actually?
It is starting on Friday, March the 13th.
Okay.
And going to Sunday, March the 15th. We are starting off with
Is Jason invited?
We're starting off with a registration meet and greet at Woody Sailors from 6 to 10.
Okay.
In which they can come and register and pick up their VIP packages and meet the board members of Spearhead and other Spearhead members.
Okay.
And then at 10 o'clock when we end there, they're free to do whatever they like to do.
Okay.
If they want to attend an event at the Black Eagle, they're more than welcome.
Okay.
They can go to Flash and see some nice men.
Men. Let's just leave it at that.
Yes. On Saturday the 14th, we are doing a free pool at Pegasus and Dirty Bingo with Demand Attention and the oldest drag queen performing, Michelle DeBerry.
Yay, cool.
Which will be held at Pegasus, and that'll be held from 12 until 3. And then for our 50th anniversary dinner and award ceremony.
Oh, there's a big one.
We are going to be at Fantasy Farm at 50 Pottery Road from 5 to 10. It's a 3-course meal with appetizers. We have a free shuttle bus.
Big program.
It is.
How do you get tickets?
Tickets are online right now.
What's your website?
On the website, spearheadtoronto.com.
Spearheadtoronto.com, everyone.
The VIP packages is $125.
That's a good price.
We are including 50th anniversary gold pin, iron leather pin, and a Spearhead friendship pin. Also, 50th anniversary medallion, which is a limited edition, custom dog tags, an 80-page full color Spearhead 50-year retrospective book.
Okay.
All the details is on the website.
Okay. All right, let's talk about you. How long have you been part of Spearhead?
I've been officially a member of Spearhead from 2004, but my involvement with Spearhead started out back in the early 90s when I was attending their yearly boat cruise on the Mariposa Belle.
I love those.
4 or 5 years before I joined, I saw a poster for their Toys for Tots.
That's a big deal.
So I went and bought toys, went to one of the bars, and I helped them sell 50-50 tickets. And then one of the last years, I walked in to help out, and one of the members gave me a piece of paper and said, sign this.
You gotta be a member.
I've been president now for 3.5 years.
Tell someone who would like to join, why should they join Spearhead, why Spearhead, and how to join.
If you would like to join Spearhead, we encourage people to attend one of our events that we have during the year, like Easter Food Drive, Thanksgiving Food Drive, our boat cruise, Paint Your Burger, Toys for Tots. Come out to one of our quarterly general membership meetings so the members get to meet you.
Okay.
The main reason I joined was because I wanted to help the community and to give back to the community. And it's a social time to make friends, because our boat cruises is a fun time to meet a lot of friends.
It's my favorite in the summer sometimes.
Yes.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a little break, and we're gonna be back with our next guest. So check out Spearhead, check out the celebration. Hopefully you join the organization. So we'll be right back. Don't go away.
Securing your recycling in a few steps is simple, like bundling your cardboard separately. These bundles can act as a lid for your blue box or placing heavier items such as magazines on top of papers with no material above the rim.
When I get up in the morning, the first thing I do is put on my yarn.
Jaylen's been able to have the prosthetics and have the support that she needs because of the people who donate to the war amps.
My arm helps me to pick flowers.
She can do things on her own. She doesn't need someone else to do it for her.
I love all the pretty colors of flowers, but yellow's my favorite color.
Back, everyone. Yes. We are back on the couch, and with me is Bruce Eves. Hello, Bruce.
Hi.
Hello. You are the archivist.
I am the archivist.
Of Spearhead.
Yes.
What does that role entail?
I'm the new kid in town. I only became a member of Spearhead this past July.
Wow.
I was inducted on the July 1st boat cruise.
Oh, the cruise.
And the first thing I learned was that I make one crap of a sailor. Well, I've done archiving in the past. I'm an archivist. I did a large archive in New York City during the 1980s, ended up in the New York Public Library.
Wow.
And so they thought, well, I'm a good fit. So I saw the collection for the first time in August.
Okay.
And my plans right away, first off, is to do a series of oral history interviews with Spearhead members, starting with the oldest, coming downwards, because like a lot of them have gone. And then I will be curating an exhibition for the 50th weekend at the 519.
Let's start with a simple question. How many members does Spearhead have? And I'm assuming you come from all walks of life?
At the moment, there are 49. I think the largest number was, I think, around 150.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And it's right across the board. It's like every profession you can imagine.
And not just Toronto.
It's not just Toronto. No. Yeah. It's
what's the furthest member living?
We have at least 2 members out of Vancouver. 1 or 2 members in Winnipeg. We have a couple in Halifax.
Wow, wow. Okay.
When we were going through the archives, part of the exhibition, what we found was the original constitution and bylaws of the organization signed by our charter members back then.
That's history.
Which will be presented for the first time for the public to see.
You also have a very distinct and recognized spearhead symbol.
Yes. Yes.
What is it? What does it mean design-wise? What does it bring with it to the person wearing it?
It symbolizes strength and leadership.
Nice. How often do you do events? How do you choose charities to give money to? What events have you been involved in over the years?
There's been a food drive for the PWA Food Bank, and a Toys for Tots drive for toys and money.
That's a regular one for you.
That's a regular one, yeah.
It's the longest running gay charity in Canadian history.
And it began in something like 1974 for kids that are, from tots to teens, HIV positive, or the children of parents who are HIV positive and maybe can't afford a Christmas gift. So it's like it's really successful.
Let's give our younger viewers a look at history. Yeah, I touched on this slightly in my open, but what was the community like? What was happening back then when Spearhead started?
Oh, I didn't come onto the scene until 1977. In the late 70s, it was hell. I mean, the cops are bad now. Cops are angels now compared to what they were in the late 70s. The events around Halloween every year was basically a demonstration of terrorism.
Wow.
It was bad.
Okay.
It was really bad.
But our community seems to feel that it was tighter because we were like standing against.
This is sort of the paradox, isn't it? Is that we're really under attack, but I don't think it was as fragmented as it is now.
Yeah. There was a lot of camaraderie,
and there was I think maybe a lot more creativity about how to
get around
all of the.
Sometimes you wonder if creating our freedoms ends up making you kind of relax, I guess.
Makes people maybe too relaxed.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's it, Bruce.
That's it.
That's it. We're gonna take a little break.
Get the hook.
We're gonna be back with our next guest, everyone. Yeah.
I am delighted to have with me tonight Terry Jean Bedford, also known as Madame de Sade, Canada's most famous dominatrix. Terry Jean is an incredibly hardworking activist whose fight for justice has made history. Welcome so much, Terry Jean. I'm so pleased to have you. We've got so much of history, but let's start with the bondage bungalow. So can you give us a little info about that? The scoop.
I want to say it's great to be back at Buddy's. Yeah, so in 1994, the York Regional Police did a 9-week investigation. And during the course of their 9-week investigation, what they were investigating was I running a body house? So after 9 weeks, they couldn't collect any evidence of prostitution. But what they decided was that because I was cross-dressing men and forcing them into my dungeon, per se, that was grounds for a body house.
Oh, wow.
And so, they went in and they raided. 15 armed SWAT members came in with their guns and their masks, and a couple of detectives and a policewoman came in and they cleaned my entire house out. They took everything but the piano. My first trial, the judge quashed the charges because there was no evidence of a body house.
Okay.
But the Crown turned to me and he winked and he said, I'm appealing. So I lost my appeal and I appealed that decision to the Supreme Court. This is from 94 to 98. I hadn't entered a plea for 4 years.
Whoa.
I went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ordered it back to trial. So we all went to trial, myself and my co-defendants. Mm-hmm. The Crown decided to drop the charges on my co-defendants because They had no priors.
So they just chose to go for you.
But they chose to go for me. We won't get into all that. It's a long story.
Yeah.
This one here is my life story. It's my memoirs up till the constitutional challenge.
Okay.
And you can get it on my website,
yes.
terryjeanbedford.com.
Okay.
Along with the blogs and everything about the case history.
Sure, all the great details.
And it was a barn burner of a trial. And I called all kinds of witnesses from all over the country to come and speak about cross-dressing and how it's not a crime and it doesn't hurt anybody to do so, and role play, the different aspects of role play. And because they didn't have any evidence of prostitution, what they had to do was bring all kinds of goodies. So, you know, they couldn't bring the cross and the spanking bench and everything, but they brought nipple clamps.
Oh, wow.
And a few other accoutrements. It's all in here. So get your book. And this one here is another book I've written. I've been very busy over the last few years. But anyway, going back to 98,
98.
I went to the Supreme Court again. They wouldn't hear it. So it stood that I was guilty of some kind of crime, but they wouldn't tell me what it was. They fined me $3,000, and I paid it, and I went on with my life. And then a year later, I decided, well, civil disobedience is in order. I'm going to open again. So I reopened at Gerard and Jarvis across from Allen Gardens.
Good for you.
With Patty. Well, Patty was a big help.
Yeah.
And I reopened at the Millicent Farnsworth Maid Academy and Charm School for cross-dressers and gentlemen in need of behavior modification through petticoat training and discipline. And so I opened the Bondage Hotel Bed and Breakfast for fetishists. And I was the first person, it was registered. I accepted MasterCard, Visa, American Express, and cash.
I love it.
And I had a sign in the window and everything. But then a couple of years passed, and I would work from 6 in the morning till 6 at night.
Oh my.
And then 6 in the morning to 6 at night every day. I mean, like it was almost 24 hours. And I was getting really tired and run down. And one morning I couldn't get out of bed. I couldn't stand on my own 2 feet. I was in so much pain. So I went to the hospital, and I was diagnosed with 5 different illnesses, and one was fatal.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I had to have 3 rounds of chemotherapy, which were unsuccessful. And during which time I started losing my mind. Things were getting foggy. The pain was tremendous. And my doctor said, you can't take painkillers because it'll compromise your liver. It's already compromised. You'll be dead in 5 years anyway. So I started smoking marijuana, medical marijuana, and that really helped quite a bit. And that helped through my trials because Alan Young approached me in 2006.
Alan Young is the
professor of York University Law School.
Yeah.
Osgood Hall.
Yeah.
And he wanted to strike down the body house laws, the prostitution laws that harmed women. I said, count me in.
Okay, tell us a little about what this one's about.
Oh, this is a collection of love letters that were written to me and some of my staff. It contains scenarios and requests. It's quite exciting to read.
Interesting reading. Book number 3?
And book number 3 is my favorite. It follows 2 dominatrices and 2 clients from the time before they arrived at my house, during the time they spent at my house. They discussed the scenarios, how they felt about each other, and then what happened after the raid, how their lives changed, where they went, and then, of course, they come back full circle when they come back to my second house.
Nice.
Then there's the play.
Oh,
we take off from here.
The play is about
book
number 1, so it's basically the life story, yeah. And your artwork, paintings, I love your artwork.
I'm emotionally attached to my art, so it's really hard for me to sell it.
Is it?
Yes. Very hard. But it's been a saving grace for me. It's therapy, and evolved, and I started working with multimedia,
really? Okay.
And things like that. So I paint, and then I take a picture of the painting, and I put it through a process so that I pull the colors out, and I can contrast and do lighting and stuff like that. So I've got some really phenomenal work. And like I said, it's really hard to find.
And anything else next?
Well, like I said, there's a need to repeal Bill C-36.
Oh, right,
and that's probably something I'm going to get involved in.
Great.
Yeah,
We need you.
I'm feeling pretty good, you know.
Good. You're looking great.
Thank you.
And again, you can see more of Terry Jean's work at her website,
www.terryjeanbedford.com.
There you go. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. It's been so great.
To see you again.
It's so good to see you.
Securing your recycling in a few steps is simple, like crushing your cans and bottles down in your container's blue box and your box board down in your papers box. This saves a lot of space and reduces the possibility of material blowing out of your blue box on windy days.
It isn't the heavy trays that make the job difficult, or the fast pace you need to keep up. It's not working another double because someone called in sick. What makes the job tough is the moment you realize a customer has had enough and you have to make that decision not to overserve. Refusing service isn't personal, it's the law. We know it's not easy, but we're counting on you to keep us all safe. Thank you, servers, for doing the tough job.
Hi, I'm Jeff Mason. Do you love gardening? Do you want to learn how to turn your garden into a beautiful oasis? Join us each week on Let's Get Growing, only on Rogers TV.
And we're back! Yeah. Just to mention Patty, which was mentioned on that segment, that's Patricia and Eldridge, who was on the show a couple of episodes ago. My last guest on the couch today is Joseph Poirier, Spearhead's oldest active member. Welcome, Joseph.
Thank you very much.
Nice to have you on the show. Can I ask you, why is it important for anybody to belong to something bigger than our own individual self?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, in my days, it was to get into a group and to really enjoy the people in that particular group. And I did. They knew me as Dominion Joe in the old days because I supplied them for all the condiments that you had for the picture burgers. I worked at Dominion, so I supplied them with all the tomatoes, the lettuce, everything that you could think of, because I was what they call the produce specialist at that time. So then I decided, hey, become a member, and I've been a member for going on
since
41
72
years.
Spearhead is a leather and denim club. Let's talk about the leather scene. I think a lot of people have the wrong idea of the scene. I personally see it as a very respectful and affirming group of our community. What do you know of the leather scene?
At the time that I was around and started to see it, the guys tried to hide it. At one time, leather was looked down upon. It was supposed to be rough, motorcycle gang type thing and that. And I mean, we even had a problem of one of our boat cruises. The captain did not even want to take us on the boat cruise because we had so much leather on. He thought that we were a bunch of a gang.
Wow. This is what I mean by, I think there's people has the wrong idea of what leather means.
They did with the leather, yeah.
You've been around the community for a while. I've been around the community for a while. How are we doing these days as a community, in your opinion? What's really good that we're doing and positive?
A lot of people know us for what we do for the community.
Charities that you support,
and everything that we've been doing, and people love us because of what we did. And like we had a hack committee, which started actually on the island. It was a bunch of guys were going over having a picnic, and they said, you know, while we're having this picnic, why don't you bring over a toy for the children? And that's how the children's got started with Toys for Tots. And I've been a fighter for that for so goddamn many years. It's unbelievable.
Awesome.
And I mean, I really push it like a son of a gun.
Joseph, we wrap up with the show with what we call quick questions. Since you are the last guest from Spearhead and you are a long member of the community, so let's get to know you a little bit on a personal level with those questions. Just answer whatever comes to mind first thing, all right? And you can jump in. A community cause or advocacy you are most passionate about?
Well, my biggest thing is for the children.
Leather or denim, personally, for you on a night out?
Personally, I still love denim.
Tell us what's your favorite club or venue of any period over the last few decades in the community. You named a few earlier.
Well, I like going to Flash because I like bingo.
Now, okay.
Oh yeah, Staples was one of the bars that we used to go to because it had 3 floors that we used to go to.
That's the Barnstables, everyone?
Yeah, Barnstables,
Yeah.
yeah.
I always loved that place.
Yeah, no, that was a very, very good place.
The best gay spot in the world to vacation in?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, is the Canary Islands. I've been going there for years.
You?
Toronto.
I love it. You?
Key West.
Really? You go to Key
love
West?
to visit Key
Good
West.
man. Good school. That's it. Last words on behalf of Spearhead to our LGBT community and everyone watching. Who wants to take that? Look at the camera.
That everyone will come out and see our archives during our anniversary weekend, or even join us during our anniversary weekend at some point, because it's going to be one of the spectacular events of the year.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here, guys. You are awesome. I love your organization. Thank you for all the work that you do for our community. And this was a really great episode to do. Thank you for being with us. And again, big congratulations to Spearhead. Thank you, Terry Jean Bedford, for being here. And thank you, audience and crew. Hope 2020 is an awesome one for everyone. As usual, big shout out to Got Style, the awesome fashion store for my today's wardrobe. I'm really liking it. And be in the audience here in the future with us. You can get free tickets now on Buddies in Bad Times Theater for any episode, or you can get us on facebook.com/join us on the couch. Be good to yourselves in this new year and love one another. Our world needs more love, and know that we love you back. See you soon, everyone. Thank you for being here. Yes!
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Come home to Hope Valley and see all the faces you love again. Scandalous.
There he is.
Here we all are. When Calls the Heart Season 7, all month long. And watch all your favorite heartwarming episodes of Seasons 1 to 6, only on Super Channel On Demand.
You're watching Rogers TV. The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers nor Rogers TV.
Welcome to the Sports Report here on Rogers TV Durham. It's an exciting episode as we have members of the Lady Blue Knights in studio today. 4 of them, actually, the most guests we've had here on the show. So welcome to the show, everybody.
Thank you.
I'm just going to start around. I'm going to start with you, Olivia.
Okay.
If you want to tell me how long you've been playing field lacrosse for, what position you play, and where you've committed to play in NCAA this year.
So I've played lacrosse since I was 4 years old. I started with Kylie, and my mom started the Lady Blue Knights. It was like a baby Blue Knight program.
Okay.
And we started playing with them, and we've continued with them ever since.
And your position and where you've committed to play this fall?
I play defense, and I've committed to the University of Louisville.
All right, so Kylie, we'll go down to you then.
I've been playing since I was 4, so 13 years. I'm attack, and I'm going to Jacksonville University in the fall.
Okay, back over to you, Kira.
I've been playing since around the same time as them. I just started field about 3 years ago. I always played box up until then, and I'm committed to Limestone in South Carolina.
All right, and yourself, Briar?
I started when I was 4, so around 13 years as well, and I play attack and going to the university at Albany.
Okay, so four different schools. You all play for the Lady Blue Knights. I'll start with you, Olivia. You mentioned that you committed on the very first day to Louisville. Just what was the recruiting experience like for you?
So I traveled to a bunch of different schools, and I got to go to different camps, and I did like the Under Armour 150 and stuff like that for other coaches to see me. And at the end of the day, like, it was always Louisville. Like, I loved the campus. When I went there 2 times before I committed there, and I love the coaches, Teeter, Kay, and Renee there, and they're just amazing.
All right, so Kylie, was it a similar experience for you? You said you wanted to go down to the beach as well, being in Jacksonville, right?
Yeah, for me it was a little different. My brother plays lacrosse too, so he went down to Jacksonville like 2 years prior, and I kind of just got like dragged there, and I was kind of like, I just had to go. Okay. And so I liked it like when I was there, and kind of it was in the back of my mind. And then once it came closer, because I was like 2 years before I ended up committing, and it came closer, and I just loved like the coaches and the atmosphere and like the beach and that.
Yeah. So
area.
did you go down to other colleges and universities?
I have been down to other colleges and been to other camps and stuff like that. But it was just, at the end of the day, I picked Jacksonville because I like the environment.
Okay, Kira, you mentioned that you just committed recently. So what was that experience like for you?
It was a lot just because I was kind of more behind on the process than other people, just because I wasn't sure if I was going to stay here or go away.
Okay.
But I just really wanted to go somewhere warm, and I really liked the campus and meeting all the people, so I just felt like it was the right fit for me.
And so Limestone is down in South Carolina. Did you attend any other college visits, or did you know that was the place?
Yeah, when I went down to South Carolina, I went and visited a few there, and then one in North Carolina. And then when I came back, I made the decision for South Carolina.
And Briar, you're staying closer to home in Albany. Was that part of your decision, or did you just like the campus?
So my brother's actually there currently on the men's lacrosse team.
Okay.
So when he was in grade 10, he visited, and I went down with him. So pretty much in grade 8, I knew I wanted to go to University at Albany.
Yeah.
And then I didn't commit till mid-February, because the year before that I had a knee surgery done. So it was a bit of like a slower recruiting process for me. But mainly my brother there, and like just I love family atmosphere and all that.
So I drive down Harmony Street there in Oshawa, and I see the sign up that you can play lacrosse at 4, and obviously you guys all started playing at an early age. Just what's the reputation of Lady Blue Knights lacrosse in the NCAA scene and around coaches, what you've heard? Anybody want to answer that?
I think like Blue Knights has this reputation where like all the girls are held at such high standards just because all of our coaches here and now like want to win, and that's kind of like our motto, and like we're pushed hard so we can be like the best that we can. So obviously like our club is one of the clubs that has like the most people like sent down to the NCAA, so I think we have like a high reputation of just like producing athletes that can go down to the NCAA.
And you mentioned your coaches, they have experience as well playing in the NCAA. Just have you talked to them about their experience, and did they give you any advice? Throw it to you. Sure,
okay. So one of my coaches 2 years ago, our coaches, Katie Guy, I really went to her for my recruiting advice. So I always called her, texted her saying, I need your opinion, like how do I send emails to coaches and all that, and like she really helped me like identify what school and like what schools I didn't want, like what schools I didn't find would be the fit for me. So I would cut down all the big schools and like all the small schools. So.
And now she's an official now as well, and a former Penn State grad, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to throw it up to you, Olivia, there. You've been playing with your teammates for a long time, but this will be the first time you're not playing with your teammates. What do you think that's going to be like?
Actually, one of the like teammates who played on our team last year is actually at Louisville, so I'll be with her next year. But like our group has been together. There's been like 6 of us for a couple years, and like I think it's gonna be really hard on all of us. Like we're together 4 times a week. So I think it's gonna be sad, but it's also exciting because we get to play each other.
And then I'll throw it up to you, Kira. You have the high school championships coming up. What high school are you playing for right now, and hopefully, where do you think you'll end up in the loss of championships there?
Normally, I go to Brooklyn and Liv goes to Maxwell, and we are normally pretty competitive. We both end up in the LASA finals, and when we go to OFSA, which is all of Ontario, we also compete against each other, so that's normally our main competition as well.
Yeah. Let's throw it back to the club scene. You mentioned that you've won 10 straight championships with the Lady Blue Knights. Just unbelievable streak, first of all. And have any of the games been really tight? And what's the most memorable championship game that you've had for the Lady Blue Knights?
Well, yeah, some of the games have been close. We've lost 2 games the whole time, so obviously those were tough ones.
Yeah.
I think the most memorable championship would have been 3 years ago, only because we had something to prove, because the girls last year before us, they had lost, which was kind of an upset almost, a shocker. So we just kind of wanted to, we were rebuilding a new team, and we wanted to show them that we could, it's not what's going to happen.
And then we'll go quickly. We've got about a minute left. Just what are you most looking forward to starting your university and college career? So just quickly around the horn there. Start with you, Olivia.
Probably then playing in the NCAA. We played against girls and we go down to the States for games, but it's a whole new atmosphere.
Okay, Kira?
I'm just really excited, because like Liv said, it's going to be a completely different experience.
Okay, Brian?
The fast pace and style of game.
All right, Kylie?
Just being on a new team, competing against some of the best teams in the U.S.
All right, so thanks again for joining us in studio here. I want to wish you best of luck in your the rest of your seasons here with the Lady Blue Knights, but of course with all your NCAA teams. So coming up after the break, we're going to be talking some basketball.
Securing your recycling in a few steps is simple, like bundling your cardboard separately. These bundles can act as a lid for your blue box, or placing heavier items such as magazines on top of papers with no material above the rim.
I'm Wendell Clark with a word about winning. We all know it takes a team effort in any sport and with any challenge. You can be a part of the winning team that shuts out impaired driving. Whether you're out on the town or just hanging out with friends, drink responsibly. Always have a plan for a safe ride home for yourself, your family, and your friends. You'll be helping to shut out impaired driving.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
I suspect foul play.
You think one of his family killed? Is that what you're suggesting, man?
I gotta do this more often.
What's going on?
That chemical.
What if you drank it? You want to be the guy that finds out?
They want us to think the system will protect us, but that's a lie. We protect us. We do.
Working here as a volunteer is a good way to get to know your community. It's a good way to learn how to work as a part of a team, and it's a good way to meet some really wonderful people. Learned a lot from the other volunteers and from the staff coming through here about production techniques. I'm Ken Grant, and I'm a Rogers TV volunteer.
Welcome back to the Sports Report here on Rogers TV Durham. I want to thank the members of the Lady Blue Knights lacrosse team on joining us. They certainly have bright futures ahead of them. But speaking of bright futures, we have LJ Balan and Mike Guthrie of the Durham Gators Basketball Club. So I was talking to Doug, who's the producer of the show, and he said he was in Toronto covering for Toronto News, that you guys won a major tournament in Toronto, the Welcome to Toronto basketball tournament. Just can you tell the viewers what that tournament was all about?
Sure. The Welcome Toronto tournament, it was put together by the Toronto Raptors and OVO. and it's an invitational tournament. From my understanding, it's probably 3-4 years in its existence. About 4 teams, both boys and girls, usually come, and it's focused on one age group. And they play in a weekend tournament. They play in a round robin style, then they have a finals. And there's other events that also happen at the facility. It's run at the OVO Ability Center where the Raptors practice. And there's a bunch of other fun stuff that they do. They have a DJ workshop. They also have a little combine that they do where they test your jumping, your speed. So it's a good place for the kids. And it was even special this year. They also had the Larry O'Brien trophy there on display for everybody to take pictures. So
awesome.
It was really cool. It was a really good experience for these guys.
So for you, you were the MVP of the tournament. What was it like for you playing at such a high level in the OVO Center, knowing that the Larry O'Brien trophy's there against some of the toughest competition in the GTA?
It felt good because I could showcase my skills to everyone there.
All right, so you're a point guard. Just what kind of numbers were you putting up in that tournament to win the MVP award?
I usually fill the stat sheets, I could score, I get rebounds, I get teammates involved in plays.
Okay, and then as a coach, just how proud of you were for your team and the program to win such a high-profile tournament in Toronto?
It was really good, actually, especially with these guys. They're a special bunch. I really enjoyed coaching these guys. This is my first year actually coaching Durham Gators. Actually, this is the second year in a row that I won the OVO tournament. I won it with my old squad last year.
Oh, okay.
And then coming this year and winning it again, it was even more special. So, it was a really memorable moment for these guys, especially being it's their first experience with it. It was my second, and so I kind of knew what we were getting into. But with these guys, it was it was something for them to take back with them and cherish for the rest of their lives.
So you mentioned it was an invitational tournament. Only 4 teams in the GTA were invited.
Right.
Just how did the Durham Gators get noticed to get that invite?
Well, Durham Gators has been around for over 10 years or so. So, we're pretty reputable around the basketball world. Teran Richards, he's the organizer for the Durham Gators. So his name is out there. If you know rep sports, if you know rep basketball, you know Teran Richards. And he, I guess, through the context, through the OBA and, the Raptors, I guess they must have got, the word out to us to give us the invite, and we were okay with, going along with it.
So LJ, MVP of the tournament, just how long have you been playing basketball, and how did you get involved?
I started off playing in Maharlika, a team that no one really knows, and this is my 3rd year.
3rd year playing basketball, and you're MVP of a major tournament. And just how much did the Raptors winning the NBA championship, how exciting was that for you as a fan of the sport, and then actually getting to see the trophy, the Larry O'Brien trophy, in person?
Felt okay, but I don't really watch NBA basketball, so it didn't mean that much.
All right. That was a very surprising answer, I got to say the least. And then yourself, you mentioned you've coached other clubs. Just what is it like seeing the growth of basketball in the Durham region? The university actually just got a team competing. Just seeing the growth of basketball in the GTA and so many opportunities for students like LJ there to pursue their dreams in the sport of basketball.
I think it's a great. Sorry.
Go. Yeah.
I think it's a great opportunity right now for a lot of these young kids to get that chance to go out there and play basketball, and especially with the Raptors winning, it's brought a lot more attention to our country and a lot more attention to the sport itself. And it's crazy how the game has just grown over time, and how everybody's involved and everybody's so competitive with it. And just coaching this group, this grade 7 group, it's a really special bunch. And I have conversations with people all the time. I can see at least 10 of these kids going all the way, going to the NBA because they're that talented. And it's really amazing to witness and sit back and see this talent blossoming in front of our eyes right now.
Yeah, you mentioned very competitive, a lot of clubs in the region. Just how does someone get involved with the Durham Gators if they want to send their son or daughter, I'm not sure, into Durham Gators?
Well, you can definitely follow us on Instagram at gators.family. You can also, just check us out. Follow the Instagram, and if you Google us, you'll see all of our information all there. We do different clubs, different camps throughout the year. We have March break camps, we have winter camps that we do, we have summer camps. We also we facilitate a lot of these leagues that are available for people to participate in, and we range from grade 3 all the way up to high school. So there's opportunities for everyone at all levels. We have at the highest levels of Division 1, and then we also have more developing levels at a house league if say you want to just get involved. So I mean, you can definitely Google, our names will definitely pop up, and we're out there.
LJ, you're in 7th grade, so obviously you're going to finish school, but what's next for you in basketball? Obviously to continue with the Gators and continue to grow your game, but where do you hope to go with basketball one day?
Well, I want to play professional basketball when I get older.
Okay. And lots of opportunities in the NBA or even in Europe, and there's even a professional league in Canada as well. So last question for you, Mike, just is the club season winding up, or what's next for the Gators?
So we have our the remaining of our OBA season coming up. Also, we have the remaining of our Hoop City season coming up as well, which is also powered by the Gators Association. And then after that, we're going to focus on our travel season in the summertime. We're going to basically focus on that. Yeah.
That's awesome. I want to thank you guys for joining us today. Coming up next, we have some Special Olympians that just got back from Thunder Bay.
Securing your recycling in a few steps is simple, like crushing your cans and bottles down in your container's blue box and your box board down in your papers box. This saves a lot of space and reduces the possibility of material blowing out of your blue box on windy days.
From this day to the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered.
What are the chances of us gaining the shore?
We few.
Do you see the shore?
We band of brothers.
I believe in you, Elsa, more than anyone or anything.
Jen's Action on Rogers TV.
Hey, do you like movies? You know I do. That's why I see all of them. And if you want to know which ones you should see too, check out the latest Cinema Scene reviews and interviews. They're hot, fresh, and delicious, and they're online at rogerstv.com/cinemascene, popcorn not included. This offer is available everywhere. Tell your friends, be the first on your block to click rogerstv.com/cinemascene. It's so nice, we have to mention it twice.
Welcome back to the Sports Report here on Rogers TV Durham. In our last segment, we thought we'd bring in some special guests who actually brought some hardware with them. I'd like to welcome Catherine, Chris, and Joel to the show. Welcome.
Welcome.
All right, so you guys recently had the chance, just came back yesterday from Thunder Bay. You took part in the Special Olympics Winter Games, the Nationals. It was for your first, or if you just want to say your name and what sport you played in there. I'll start with you, Joel.
I'm Joel. I
I did 5-pin bowling for nationals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yourself?
Curtis and I did short track speed skating.
All right.
And Catherine and I did snowshoeing.
All right. So Catherine, you've been to nationals before. What was this experience like in Thunder Bay for you this time compared to the other winter games you've been to?
The other winter games, I was indoors for speed skating, and this was my first time outside doing snowshoeing.
Okay, and Chris and Joel, was your first national event. How was that for you? I'll start with you up there, Chris.
Yeah, it was exciting, but it was freezing.
Freezing in Thunder Bay?
Yeah.
I don't think that. And Joel, how was it for you?
It was fun. We had some have fun. I met lots of new athletes and teammates and coaches. I met the person named Lori. She's a Durham Regional municipality.
Okay.
Yeah. She's the sport. Yeah. She's a sport coordinator.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you got to meet lots of people. You were there from Monday through Sunday. There's an opening ceremony. So what's it like being around that many athletes for the opening ceremonies? Everybody there to have a good time, anticipating a big week of events.
We should be like. So to me, I'm proud. I'm proud of myself. I'm honored.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
And Chris, to be around that many athletes with the anticipation of the big events coming up, what was that like for you?
I actually really know what it was kind of like, to be honest, but I was kind of hoping I could beat all of them and get a gold.
Okay. And yourself?
I actually enjoyed to be in Thunder Bay again, and it was nice to reunite with my old friends that I haven't seen for a while, and I got to see them all over again.
Yeah, you make so many special bonds going to these events that it's nice to follow up with those people. You mentioned medals there, Chris. So what medals did you win? I think you have 3 around your neck.
Yeah, I got 3 silver.
3 silver, and they were all for speed skating?
Yeah.
And Joel?
I got one silver for 5-pin bowling.
All right. And yourself there?
I got gold in the 400, the 200, the 100, and the 4x1 relay.
All right. So I'll start with you, Joel. When you're competing in the event, do you ever get nervous, or what's your mentality going into these big events?
Like I said, I'm not nervous. We go up there, have some fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want get some points for to provide pins all the way from provinces.
Oh, so pins? The pin trading? Yeah, that's a good element of it.
Yeah.
And then yourself, Chris, like, do you get nervous when you're going up to a big event, or is it?
Yeah, I do, because sometimes there's skaters who have never actually raced before, so I'm not sure if they're faster than me or slower than me.
Okay. And obviously, yeah, you were one of the fastest out there, winning that many medals.
Yeah.
And snowshoeing, like, how long have you been snowshoeing? Obviously, they have a lot more snow up here than down here. And just how did you get into snowshoeing?
It was an off year, and so I decided to try out snowshoeing, and I enjoyed it. I picked it up, and it's just like running on snow, on like doing track, but I'm running on with snowshoes on. Yeah. Instead of running on foot, I'm running with snowshoes on.
Okay, this is a national event, so obviously you just didn't sign up for Team Ontario and make it. Was there a qualification process at all, or did you have to compete locally and then go on to provincially? How did that work for you?
It's like, the purpose was for bowling. So I do 5-pin bowling.
Yep.
Like we go on without pass. We go and bowl without passing the foul lines.
Yeah.
It takes that's like you're rushing to bowl fast. You have to bowl. Take your time. Get on your mark. Slow down.
Yeah.
Look at those pins. There are 5 pins. You need to hit the center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does it take a lot of practice, Chris, for yourself?
Yeah, it does. For like the longer ones, you need to focus on endurance.
Yeah. And practicing for snowshoeing?
The 100 and the 200, after, like, I practiced both of them, all three of them, but the hardest event was the 400.
Yeah.
But I was, the difference of doing it on foot and on snowshoes. On foot, it's a lot easier, but then when you're on snowshoes, it's harder if you're not. But if you're used to the track of the running, it was an easy transfer over for me because when I ran, I put my legs up in front of me, and so I just transferred over onto snowshoes.
And lastly, I'm just looking at your gear there. That's such a nice jacket there. It's got the Ontario flag on there, all the graphics.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, just what was it like getting a chance to knowing that you're representing Ontario against the rest of the country and wearing this nice gear, and like look at even the details in the medal. You have all the sports listed there and the actions. Just
there's even
like
a message written on the back of them.
Okay, what does that say there, Chris?
For this it says pure heart.
That's great. So it takes a lot of heart and determination to get where you guys are. And just lastly, I'm just going to finalize with the closing ceremonies. When everybody got together, had their medals, and just remembering everything. What are you going to remember the most out of the Winter Games this year? Just maybe the friendships that you made. Did you guys make a lot of new friends at the games?
We getting familiar with the new coaches, with the coaches, and then you saw the training camp, and then you re-saw them again, and then you kind of got to know. Once you saw them, it was nice to get to know them more personally.
Okay.
Versus you had more time to chat with them. Versus at the training camp, you were more of a on the go.
All right. So Chris, Catherine, Joel, congratulations on you're competing there in Thunder Bay at the Nationals. Congratulations, and thank you for joining us here on the Sports Report. That's been great.
Welcome.
Thank you for having us.
All right.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Anything at all. He's that strong.
Joe Schuster, will you stop it or you'll miss your train? Now help me find number 5.
Strong, but by day he's a mild-mannered reporter. Glasses, a secret identity.
Honestly, you Canadian kids.
He'd be in this cape.
A what?
A cape, wearing these blue tights.
A hero in tights, really. Here it is.
Listen, Lois, this guy is faster than anything, I swear.
If you're not fast, you're gonna miss your train.
That's it. A bullet. He's faster. No, he's faster than a speeding bullet.
Come on, get on it. No one's gonna read a comic strip about a strong man in tights, Joe. It'll never fly.
Fly, no. But he can leap over tall buildings. Oh, wow, yeah.
See what your cousin Frank says in Toronto.
Wait, Lois. I've got something for you. Here, take it. It's a gift. You never know. It might be worth something someday. Is he great or what? Bye-bye, Lois.
This is Rogers TV, Durham Region. The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers nor Rogers TV.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Inside Durham. I'm Deborah Hutchison. On today's show,
Prom is an exciting time for kids in high school and at elementary school in their 8th year, but it's also very expensive. Durham Police are once again helping students look their best for this important event without breaking the bank. Suits for Youth is back, and joining us now are Detective Sean McConnell and Constable Rui Ferreira. Thanks, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you.
Let's talk about Suits for Youth and how it works. This is an awesome program.
Well, we started this event 2 years ago. We went live. We've been looking for some space to have the event held so that we didn't have an issue with storing our donations. So the way that it works is the Oshawa Centre has partnered with us, provided us some space in their concourse area. On the date of the event this year, April 9th, students who are graduating high school and elementary school will be able to attend to pick up suit, ties, shirts, belts, shoes, etc. Anything that we can get, donations that we can get from the public. Officers as well have donated. So it's fantastic event. We hold it for one night this year. Sean and I had decided that we would follow the model of the Gowns for Girls, and we would hold it for one evening this year, April 9th, 3:30 till 7 p.m. At the Oshawa Centre. Anyone that needs to attend to obtain clothing in that respect, they can attend the Oshawa Centre food court. They'll be directed from there by one of our auxiliary officers who will provide directions to the area where the event takes place.
So an offshoot from Gowns for Girls, which has been going on for a while now as well. How do you get the donations? Who donates?
It mainly comes in from the public. Once we're about 2 months out from the event is when we start putting out the word that our event is firing up, and on our social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, things like that. And mostly comes in from the public, and they can bring it into any front desk at any Durham Regional Police Station or at guest services at the Oshawa Centre as well. But I would say 95% of our donations comes from the public, so we really couldn't do it without the public support.
How many suits do you usually need to make each year a success?
It's hard to say on the turnout. We have a lot of suits that are typically larger sizes.
Right.
We seem to lack a lot of contribution or donations for the smaller sizes, elementary school aged youth. So we really need to kind of ramp that up to get those donations in. So again, we ask the public that if you are checking your closet, this time of year, people are looking to clear their things out.
It's always a good time to check your closet, to clean out the clothes that your kids no longer can wear or will wear.
Yeah.
And here's an opportunity to give back.
Absolutely. Yeah, pay it forward, and we ask the students that take suits, if they outgrow them, certainly return them, because other kids can benefit from them as well. So people come in, they get assigned to a volunteer, and they're typically with their parents. They navigate through the space, they find their size, their suit, things that they like, their shirt, their tie, etc. There's fitting rooms assigned. They go in and check that they look sharp, and off they go with a big smile when the evening's over, so to speak.
And what do you consider for the older, the high school kids? This is an awesome opportunity to have a suit when they go out for job interviews.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or, a big occasion.
And with our event, it's not necessarily for graduation or prom, because some people graduate high school and go off into the workforce, right? And that's what these suits are as well, right? It's not necessarily for that prom. It's whatever they may need it for moving on in life. And that suit is theirs to keep. So if you're talking about somebody who's in high school in grade 12, that suit could last them years, right? They may have job interviews, whatever it may be. So that's their suit to keep. We don't ask for them back. Like Ruri said, if they outgrow it, and we would gladly take it back, but it's theirs to keep for whatever they may need it for.
And we're talking gender neutral. You do get both sexes coming in.
We do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yep. Everybody's welcome.
Why do you do it?
We just felt that there was a need for everyone to have an ability to go to grad and prom and blend in with their friends, not have to stress over the fact that it's their financial strain. So we thought the Grounds for Girls was a great event. I volunteered with their event to see what it was like, and kind of thought there's a need for suits as well, because it's expensive stuff. So why not put this out and welcome people to come and get things that they need, instead of stressing over the fact that they may not allow their kids to go to a prom dance, a grad dance, graduation events, and things like that. And like Sean said and you said, we have had occasions where people need suits for interviews, so we have had throughout the year, somebody will send us an email, suitsforyouths@drps.ca, where they'll send us an email and say, hey, I have a job interview, I don't have anything to wear, are you able to help us? We meet them at the space and get them suited up, right?
Yeah. You've also, before we began, you were telling us about, you know, some really touching stories, and there's a great picture that you've put out there of a mom and son as they leave.
Yeah, there was a picture that, I think it was last year.
Yes.
It was last year. Someone captured the picture of a mom and son that had attended the event to obtain some clothing. As they leave, they get a suit bag to put their articles in them, and they're leaving the event, and they have their hands kind of wrapped around each other, hugging, walking as they walk away from the event, head on the shoulder. It will really capture the essence as to why we do what we do. It's all about the people, about the kids, and making people happy when they go.
And making a difference in people's lives.
Yep, absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you to both of you for joining us. For more information, you can contact Suits for Youth at drps.ca. Up next, a couple who is helping parents of children with special needs navigate our healthcare system.
Securing your recycling in a few steps is simple, like bundling your cardboard separately. These bundles can act as a lid for your blue box or placing heavier items such as magazines on top of papers with no material above the rim.
It's closing time, and you stayed out longer than you planned. So now you can't drive, and the buses have stopped running. You could always call your girlfriend. Or maybe your roommate? What about your best friend? You could just dial 1-888-TAXI-GUY or use the Taxi Guy app. The call and the app are free, and they both connect you to a local cab company to bring you home safely. Visit arrivealive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive, drive sober.
Welcome back. Last week, 2 local parents dropped by our studios to tell their inspiring story of their daughter and how they are giving back to special needs families. Here's our interview. Shayla's Voice is a nonprofit organization that helps special needs families find the right services for their loved ones. It was created by Sean and Anasha Martin, who join us now in the studio.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm great. Welcome and thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having us.
How did this organization start?
Shayla's Voice started based on our daughter, Shayla, who has special needs. She was diagnosed with autism in 2003. We've always said that Shayla, although she's nonverbal, we've always said that she will speak to the world. And one day we were just sitting and brainstorming, and we decided, what can we do to make a difference? Our journey with autism, when we got our diagnosis from our neurologist, what we were given a piece of paper, and we were told to call the numbers. The journey was extremely difficult because although there are several service providers out there, there's a lot of service out there for the special needs community, we could not get to the right people in a timely manner. We tried about 10 speech therapists, we tried multiple OTs, we tried multiple PTs, again, just hit and miss, hit and miss. I remember one experience specifically where I had a ABA therapist at my house with Shayla, and she was locked in the room with Shayla, and I started knocking on the door and she didn't respond because she had her headphones on. So with that, Sean and I decided, how can we make a difference? What can we do to make this journey better for the next parent getting a special needs diagnosis? And we decided, hey, our daughter, she's nonverbal, but we want her to talk to the world, so we created Shayla's Voice.
Incredible. Talk to me about the frustration when you were going through that process. I can't imagine. Here you are, you have a child, you know that she needs help. You're trying to get that help, and it's like you were banging your head on a brick wall.
Yeah, I think the challenge was we're injected in a community that we're not even familiar with. Like I personally, I didn't really know a lot about autism at the time, so there was a lot of challenges because we're trying to find anything and everything that is going to help her, and while we're learning, right? So it was very frustrating, right? And it wasn't until we started interacting with other families in the special needs community and started getting, direct references of different services they've used and they've experienced, that we started to understand that, yeah, you know what, this is the right place that we can go. These are the right speech therapists, occupational therapists, and stuff like that. So it was a whirlwind at the beginning, and that's where Shayla's Voice was inspired, because it's simply when you get that first diagnosis, you don't know where to go, and what better way to turn to your community itself, right?
Now you brought some great pictures of Shayla, so I'm going to ask the director to roll on them, and just so we can see her adorable face. There she is.
That
Very
was actually
active young girl.
That was her 9th birthday, actually.
Yeah,
a few weeks
now,
ago.
not only do you care for Shayla, not only do you have Shayla's voice, you are a foster home for special needs kids as well.
That's correct. We foster with the Durham Children's Aid Society, and we are an enhanced home. And what that means is that we have kids come into our home with a little bit more complex needs. So that could be special needs, autism, Down syndrome, it could be anything, mental health issues, behavioral issues. With our journey with Shayla, we've learned so much, and we believe that we have the skill set to give back and help other kids. So we welcome them, and all kids are different, so we learn as well from them on this journey as well.
Where do you find the time?
We make the time.
We make the time. Yep. We make the time.
Do you have needs then for volunteers? What about the financial needs of keeping an organization like Shayla's Voice going?
Yeah, so we're still in the early stages. We're just short of a year old right now, so we are looking for volunteers. We are actually trying to expand our board of directors just to get families for other diagnoses, so epilepsy or Rett's or whatever the case may be, Down syndrome. So we have families that have those experiences that can better reflect what Shayla's Voice is trying to do. So it's not just autism, because I think within the special needs community, I think as we combine those different diagnoses, it just makes us stronger as a whole. Right?
So as a parent searching for help, how do they get in touch with you, and how do they contact you to
Yeah, so they can simply, we're all over social media, shaylasvoice.com, and they just log on to the website. There's a whole bunch of service providers currently there, right? So what we do is we encourage any special needs families that have used any of those service providers on the website to go ahead and post a review on those services, as well as if there's services that you've used that are not on the website, to recommend a service. So there's a link there to recommend a service, and that's how we're building our directory right now. A couple weeks from now, we're actually posting our first newsletter, so it's going to reach out to the community that we already have to just let them know the latest things as what we're doing and where we're going with Shayla's Voice.
a definite community that is growing?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. And what I love about our community, our special needs community, is that we're so close. We're so close. Our voices come together. We stick together. We fight for each other. I absolutely love it. Nobody wants to have a child with a special need, but it's a blessing because on our journey, the people that we've met, especially in the autism community, it's unbelievable. It's really great.
I'm going to have to hold you there. We're out of time. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank
for
you.
more information on Shayla's Voice, as we mentioned, log on to shaylasvoice.com. Stay with us. More to come on Inside Durham.
Securing your recycling in a few steps is simple, like crushing your cans and bottles down in your container's blue box and your box board down in your papers box. This saves a lot of space and reduces the possibility of material blowing out of your blue box on windy days.
In the beginning, this place was pure creation. I have designed every inch of it, every blade of grass. It's not a theme park, but an entire world. In here, we create life itself. Out of chaos.
Got a hankering for more Cinema Scene? Then you'll want to watch Cinema Scene in review. It's just the reviews. Know before you go. To the movies, that is. That's Cinema Scene in review, only on Rogers TV.
Well, March break will soon be here. Many families will be heading south for some sunshine and warmer temperatures, but there's still lots happening right here in our own backyard. Kristen Chambers of Durham Tourism joins us now with some wonderful ideas to keep the kids busy.
Absolutely.
Over March break. Welcome. It's been a while.
Thank you.
It's so great to have you here.
Thank you.
March, of course, is maple syrup time.
Yes.
One of my favorite times of the
Mine too.
year.
Absolutely.
And if you didn't know, there are lots and lots of places to go to experience that whole maple syrup making fun.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes. We are very blessed here in this region. There are activities happening all throughout the region, basically starting the first weekend of March break, and most of them run every weekend up until the first weekend of April. So there's lots going on. First and foremost, of course, is the annual Purple Woods Celebration Maple Syrup Festival. And it's located right on the border between Oshawa and Scugog, so it's not too far out. It begins the first weekend of March, runs every weekend until the first weekend of April. They have horse-drawn wagon rides. They invite guests in to learn about, they have a new modern evaporator you can take advantage of. You can stand around the fireside for demonstrations, kids' activities. They have a beautiful rustic barn where you can go in and enjoy your pancakes, and they have a shop to buy the maple syrup.
Yeah, that's my favorite part, the pancakes, the maple
Absolutely.
syrup. And then you can bring some maple syrup home.
Absolutely.
Like freshly made maple syrup.
Absolutely. They have a beautiful building to check all that out in. Running the same weekends also is the Pefferlaw Creek Farm Maple Syrup Festival. Now this is located up in Uxbridge, and they offer a self-guided hike through the forest. So if you want to get the kids out and explore some nature, they offer nature crafts for the kids, face painting, pancakes and sausages, of course, lots of demonstrations.
Well, and Uxbridge is Canada's trail capital.
That's right.
Right?
Yes. So that's the place to get out and explore some nature. Willow Tree Farm in Port Perry, throughout March, they host their Maple Fest. This is an annual event for them. Awesome experience for the kids. You get on the wagon, you go out to the maple sugar bush, you can see how the trees are tapped, you can watch the sap being produced into maple syrup, taste it, roast marshmallows by the fire, and then they of course have a beautiful farm market where you can have your pancakes and pick up your produce and your meats and your baked goods. It's an awesome place to take the kids.
It really is a learning experience for the kids as well,
Absolutely.
isn't it?
It absolutely is. My family and I did it last year and they loved it, and we will be back to these again.
What's your favorite part of going to these events?
I think the demonstrations for the kids, so they really truly understand, you know, where this maple syrup comes from and all the hard work that goes into it. So you're not dumping it all over your pancakes. You're savoring
Kristen,
it.
they still dump it, right?
Yes,
All
they
over
do.
the
They really
pancakes.
do. They really do. So what else? The Ganaraska Region Conservation Authority, they host a Maple Day. So it's a one-day event, March 28th. Again, lots of kids' activities, demonstrations, live music, crafts, games, pancakes. And our friends up in the township of Brock are holding once again the Sunderland Maple Syrup Festival. It is April 4th and 5th, and they're celebrating their 25th anniversary this year, so it's a big year for them. You can tour the Harlane Farms, which is where the maple syrup's produced, and then into the downtown you go on wagon rides, and they have crafts and vendors and pancakes and everything you could possibly want.
Now, all of this information is on your website as well.
Yes, that's right, durhamtourism.ca.
Yep, it's a great website.
Thank you.
Very easy to navigate if you haven't checked it out. Now, March break fun, if you've done the rounds for the Maple Syrup Festival, there's still lots of fun to be had.
Absolutely, there really is. And we definitely want to encourage our families to get out and try our ski hills. So Brimacombe, Dagmar, and Lake Ridge host March break camps, which is an awesome opportunity to get the kids out, give them a couple lessons, help teach them how to ski. Hopefully the weather be beautiful and
knock wood.
Yeah, knock on wood. And really take advantage of what those ski hills have to offer for the kids during the March break.
Right. And the city of Oshawa, lots happening.
Yes, absolutely. So in City of Oshawa, Neb's Fun World, a real hot spot for kids over March break.
If you're not into the outdoors, if you want a break from the outdoors.
Yes.
Inside.
Indoors, Neb's Fun World, bowling, arcade, rides. They're offering half-price admission on their rides in the mornings during March break. So
get an early start to your day. I think it's
great
9
deal.
to 11.
9 to 11, yes.
Right.
Really great deal for the kids. The Oshawa Museum, which is lovely for history buff family.
I love the Oshawa Museum.
Yes.
I'm a real history buff.
They are wonderful, wonderful partners of ours. They're offering a different guest every day, so you can check out their website and see what they have to offer. There's activities for the kids and lots going on. Something different every single day from the Oshawa Museum.
McLaughlin Gallery as well.
The McLaughlin Gallery, yes, they're taking part in that event as well. It's all on the Oshawa Museum website for all those details. And another one that I wanted to mention, something really unique for Durham Region, is the Kids Safety Village.
Yes, I love the Kids Safety Village.
This is a must-do for families to check out. It's located just south of downtown Whitby, so not far out of Whitby. And it's literally a miniature village. So you take your kids in there. It's a very, very safe zone, and it teaches them about road safety, cycling safety. There's real traffic lights, real stop signs, real crosswalks, and they're teaching them about everything that the kids should know and learn about. And they're offering one-day camps throughout March break as well.
Awesome.
Yes.
Once again, durhamtourism.ca is the place where you can find all this information and more.
That's right. And our social media at Durham Tourism.
Okay, Kristen, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Once again, explore Durham Tourism online, durhamtourism.ca, or follow them on Instagram. Up next, the Humane Society of Durham Region drops by with another furry friend available for adoption.
Our son is one.
My father was one.
I am one.
Are you one?
Hi, I'm Marjorie Mason, and I love to garden and to share gardening advice with other folks who'd like to learn more about gardening. And I invite you to join Jeff and I each week as we take you through the garden season in our own garden. If you have questions that are worrying you and you'd like advice, please feel free to send them to the website, and we'll answer them on Let's Get Growing only on Rogers TV.
From the Humane Society of Durham Region is with us, and this week she has brought Tigger.
Yeah.
Because Tiggers are a wonderful thing.
Yes, they are.
Oh, tell us about Tigger and what's his story.
Yeah, so Tigger is an 8.5-year-old male cat.
Big boy, too.
He's a little bit of a bigger guy, but most of it is muscle. I mean, he definitely could probably be put onto a weight management food. But generally speaking, he's doing pretty well.
I didn't mean big boy in a bad way.
Oh, no. He's definitely, there's no such thing. There's no such thing. It just gives you more to love. But he's just a very, very sweet boy. He would do best in a home where he is, he can live cordially with another cat, but he would do best in a home where he is not surrounded by dogs, because he is not.
He's not a dog person.
He's not a dog person, and that's okay. Some people aren't.
That's okay.
But other than that, he's very sweet. He does great with kids.
Even young kids, though, Elizabeth, being 8 years old?
Oh, yeah, he would do fine.
He's got patience, in other words.
He does, yeah. Yeah, he really does. He's just a real sweet boy.
He's made friends very quickly here.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
our
he
volunteers.
has.
Look at that face.
Loves a good scratch, loves a good cuddle. He's really gentle. He just wants to be loved.
Where did he come from? How did he end up in your care?
Yeah, so all of the animals that we get at our shelter are owner surrenders. So what that means is that when you're no longer able to care for the animal, or you're in a situation where you might not have a place to keep the animal, you can give us a call and we'll look at rehoming the animal at the shelter and finding a new home for the animal where they can live out the rest of their life.
Very difficult for someone to do. I'm sure there's a bit of,
oh yeah,
you know, a lot, not a bit, a lot of guilt. But better to come to you.
Absolutely, and it is a hard decision, but to know that at the shelter, they're going to receive the highest level of care. They get vaccines, they get food twice a day, so somebody comes in and checks on them regularly. We have so many volunteers who come in and hang out with the cats and just cuddle them and play with them, just to make sure that they get that enrichment still every single day. And we're very, very careful about making sure that we find the right adopters for every animal so that their needs are always met.
And no judgment.
Never.
You can bring your pet in with
Never.
no judgment.
No, because it's not an easy decision, and we recognize that.
Yeah. You've got a microchip and rabies clinic coming up. Let's talk about that.
Yes, we do. It is just at the end of the month, March 29th. It's from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. It's first come, first serve, so you don't have to sign up for it. Just bring your furry friend with you, and it's $30 for each.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a really reasonable price.
Yeah.
Proceeds go back to the shelter, so it helps the animals that are there too. And your little animal gets their rabies vaccine, which is great.
And microchip, the benefits of microchip are
through the roof.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah, it really does. If your cat gets out or your dog gets off leash and you're hoping that someone else is going to find them, it just gives you that added level of security. Someone else is going to be able to take them to a vet clinic and get them scanned, which is super quick and easy. And then the microchip company can tell us who the owner is so that we can get them back to you.
Yeah. Aw. Take a look at this face, guys. Is he not just so adorable? So chill.
He's
so
really, really sweet.
Yeah.
Just
All right.
needs the right home.
So this is Tigger, and he's currently up for adoption at the Humane Society of Durham Region.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, thanks so much for joining us.
Of course. I love to be here.
Next week, we want to hear that Tigger has been adopted. Our thanks to all of our guests this week. On behalf of all of us here at Rogers TV, thanks for letting us into your home. We'll see you again next week.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
If you only knew what I'm going through, I just can't smile without you.
This is Rogers TV, Durham Region. The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers nor Rogers TV.
Welcome to another episode of Sold with Sean Lackey. I'm Sean, and we are here to broaden your real estate horizons. So here goes. The town of Port Perry has seen very little residential growth over the past number of years. That's all about to change. Somewhere around 1,200 new living units are coming in over the next 4 years. And when a growth spurt like this happens, there are usually rumors galore about just what's going on. So we decided to bring in someone who can talk exactly about what is coming. And that's Kevin Heritage. He's the Director of Development Services for the Township of Scugog. He's agreed to give us some insight into what to expect over the next little while. Welcome, Kevin. Thank you for coming today, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, thanks very much for having me in. I certainly appreciate it and provide some background on the Township of Scugog. I've been with the Township of Scugog for the last year and a half, as you indicated, the Director of Development Services.
Right.
I'm responsible for the planning portfolio, building, economic development, and bylaw enforcement.
Oh
so
my.
I've got a number of responsibilities with the Township. Prior to being with the Township, I was with the town of Ajax for 26 years.
Oh, okay.
And I was involved on both the policy side and the approval side, development approval side. And prior to that, I was with the City of Pickering for about 8 years. So I've been in municipal government for over 35 years, dealing with municipal planning and dealing with a number of councils. I've also dealt with a number of issues at the Ontario Municipal Board.
Oh boy, okay.
In dealing with, in the town of Ajax, I was dealing with employment conversions, where developers would come forward, their lands are designated for employment, and they wanted to convert the lands to residential.
Right.
So it was an extremely challenging situation to deal with that in front of Ontario Municipal Board members over a number of months. And there was a lot of work that went into that. So I have experience on both the policy side and the development side.
So you're the right guy at the right time for Port Perry and area. I would suggest that for the longest time it's been, I don't want to use the word stagnant, but I think probably held on pause would probably be a good analogy.
Yes.
And now it looks like that pause button is about to come off, and there's a whole bunch of stuff coming. Why now?
Well, the non-Quan sewage treatment plant located north of Reach Street in the town of Port Perry was recently expanded. It was originally constructed by the Ministry of the Environment back in the 1970s, and there was one expansion subsequent to that. This is the second expansion, and it has now opened up the potential for the construction of additional units within the town of Port Perry.
So I've heard a number floated somewhere around 1,200 or maybe more new units, living units, and that's everything from townhouses to single-family residential to apartments, condos, et cetera, over the next 4 or 5 years. Is that a good number?
That was a forecast that was prepared by staff in the fall of 2017. And that forecast was based on the applications that were in stream, both received and draft approved, as well as having discussions with the development community, the actual developers, and understanding what their program was in bringing their units to the market. Now, in the meantime, the government has come forward with some additional restrictions that they have put on potential buyers in the market. One being the 2% stress test, where now potential buyers have to satisfy that 2% stress test, and we're finding that the number of buyers the group is not as large as first anticipated.
Really?
Yes. So what we have done is we've looked at those population forecasts again, and based on the original numbers that we had over the 5-year period, we've actually extended that over a 10-year period. So it has reduced the number of units that will be coming on stream on an annual basis. So that's where we're at this point in time.
So we'll toss this number around just for the sake of the 1,200, instead of being over the next 4 or 5 years, looks like it's going to stretch out over the next 10.
We're looking at over the next 10.
Now, that's as a direct result of all these mortgage things and everything that were put in place that have for the most part, tamp down potential buyers?
That's correct. And some of the plans for the major developers within the township have changed a little bit. They not only own lands within the township itself, but they own lands elsewhere.
Okay.
And they may be bringing those lands on first and then delaying bringing the lands in the township online.
Well, there was something, actually, I was just reading in the Toronto Star yesterday about condo developers, and what's happened is that they did their pre-sale 2 or 3 years ago, and they found in the interim, because it's stretched out over that 2 or 3 years, that the construction costs and all the incremental costs that are going to pile up for them to actually build that are squeezing into what they're going to see as a profit out of the thing, and in many cases, a lot of them are bailing. They're just walking away from it.
Right.
And they're saying to the people that have already bought, and these are condominium complexes that are sold out. They've sold all their units, but now they're saying, sorry guys, we're not going to be able to do this.
Right.
So how do you guard against that?
Well, we've got a major condominium development or proposal that has been put on the table, has been approved by council for the land south of the Canadian Tire on Simcoe Street in the town of Port Perry.
Just by Euler.
By Euler, which is the extension of King Street.
Right.
So they are proceeding with moving dirt around on the site. They're doing their grading. They've broken up the major concrete pad that was there on the site that was used by the former
for 30
owner.
years.
Yes.
Why did they leave that there? Do you know? Does
because they
know?
have to take it up in order to move the soil around.
No, but why was it left there? Why didn't Johnson Controls, when they tore the building down, why didn't they?
I don't know. I guess they weren't required to do so.
Okay.
But the new owner, Stockworth, was definitely required to do so in order to proceed with the development. So they haven't gone to market yet. My understanding is that building permit applications and building permit drawings will be submitted to the township over the summer months, and that we'll be reviewing those drawings as soon as they come in and hopefully get that development moving as soon as possible.
Okay. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with Kevin Heritage from the Township of Scugog. Sorry. We're going to talk a little bit more about some of these things that we're talking about, more specifically about the Stockworth development just south of town in Port Perry, in the south end of Port Perry. So stay with us. We're going to be right back. A lot goes into planning when they decide that they're going to develop a new area. This land behind me where you see all the activity going on was once an industrial area. It had a factory that manufactured parts for General Motors for many years. They tore the building down approximately 20 or so years ago, and the land has been sitting vacant ever since. So along comes a developer and says, what if? So the plan is that they're going to put a mixed use. It's going to be a retail and residential component, 248 unit apartment buildings, and a bunch of retail shops to go with it. Proximity's great, the location's wonderful. So we'll see where they go with this thing, but here's hoping that it works out.
Securing your recycling in a few steps is simple, like bundling your cardboard separately. These bundles can act as a lid for your blue box or placing heavier items such as magazines on top of papers with no material above the rim.
OHL action on Rogers TV.
Welcome back. I'm with Kevin Heritage from the Township of Scugog. We're talking about all the development and the things coming in the Scugog area, most specifically Port Perry. We did talk in the last segment about the fact that for the longest time there was really no growth or very limited growth in Port Perry because of the lack of sewer capacity, and that changed when, what, 2017, when they got that plant up?
The second phase for the expansion of the plant was online as of September 2017.
And that has obviously changed, because is that when the lineup all of a sudden queued to the left for all the developers that they want in?
That's correct. That's correct. So most of the growth that we had seen over the last 10 years anyway.
Let's take a look at, we're going to take a look at a graphic here that gives us an idea of just what we're talking about for the growth over the last 10 years.
Now the growth, this graphic shows back to 2013, but even prior to 2013 there was limited growth. And the majority of the growth that's shown on that graph in that time period was primarily for rural residential development. There was very little growth within the urban boundary of Port Perry.
Yeah.
And since, and the forecast beyond 2017, like 2018 to 2023, is anticipating that pent-up demand that we'll be seeing coming on stream. And with the expansion of the plant and being able to accommodate additional development, and based on the number of and type of subdivisions that are in the queue at this point in time, staff has prepared that forecast from 2018 to 2023, and I had indicated previously that we've extended it out to 2027. And the variety of units that we'll be able to see over that period of time. So you can see at the top of those bars,
right,
beyond 2017, 2018, 2019, and so on, we're going to be seeing a number of apartment condo type units. So we're going to get a different variety of units coming on stream within Port Perry.
Which is a huge first. I mean, let's face it, I mean, for the longest time, there were very few townhouses. There were very few semis, actually. As far as apartments, you had, maybe at the corner of Reach and Simcoe, and if you were above one of the old stores, and then down on Water Street. But for the most part, there wasn't a lot to choose from. Where are all these builders coming from? Like, are these people that have stayed in touch over the years, have been watching, waiting for that sewer to change, the sewer accommodation to change, and then, when it happened, they were right there?
Some of the builders have been around for some time in Port Perry. Some of them have developed lands already under previous expansions to the plant.
Okay.
David Brand, Cockers Creek, he has developed lands. Ribcore Picture Homes, they have developed lands as well.
Okay.
So they're trying to bring on their second or subsequent phases of development as part of this expansion to the non-quan sewage treatment plant.
Have you been getting feedback from the builders as to the, how it's being received by the buying public? Has there been a positive reaction?
There is a positive reaction, but what
it's a funny
reaction?
time.
Yeah, what reaction we received from the builders is that it's certainly not as active as 2 to 3 years ago, where you saw lineups outside sales trailers. You're not seeing that now.
I wonder why.
Yeah, the buyers are a lot more cautious.
Yeah.
And as I indicated previously, there are a lot more restrictions too. Yeah. Like the 2% stress test is eliminating mortgage, a number of buyers.
We talked earlier about Stockworth, the big one being built south of Canadian Tire. Let's deal with that specifically for a couple of reasons. Number one, I think the big thing is that it's probably the first big condo complex in the Port Perry area. Is that a safe bet?
That's correct. Council dealt with this site plan application back in September.
Okay.
They gave approval in principle. And the site plan, the site plan that was approved is identified on this drawing.
Okay.
It's located on Simcoe Street and Euler Drive. Euler Drive is the extension of King Street in the south end of the Port Perry urban area. There are 9 buildings that comprise this development, and there's a proposal as part of the development of 248 condominium units. There's over 100,000 square feet of commercial development, including retail and office uses.
So is that all going to be on the ground floor, the retail, and then
Well, the office uses are going to be on the second floor.
Okay.
Primarily, the retail is going to be on the first floor, and then the residential development is in behind.
How high are they going?
They range from 2 stories up to 5 stories.
Okay.
So the maximum is 5 stories in the town of Port Perry.
So it's almost like its own little community.
Absolutely, yes.
So you've got some pictures here of these. We'll look at these too. These are the elevations.
These are the elevation drawings that we've received. This is the building located at the southern portion of the site. It comprises retail on the first floor and office uses on the second floor. The building at the northern portion of the site comprises 5 stories. There's been discussion about establishing a fitness center within that building for the condominium users, and that's immediately adjacent to the south end of the Canadian Tire site.
I was always wondering if they were going to hook up that little road at the south end of Canadian Tire, and it was going to be. It looks like it's going